Well, I thought it could be a good time just to give everyone a little update of what the next couple of months in God's way, what you're going to be focused on.
Yeah, cool. So at the moment we're focusing on obviously clearing the arena area, which is going to be the open air auditorium, to have that prepared, the site, so that we can sort of get a bit of a visual on what it's going to look like and how big it is. Because while it's an area where we'll be investigating like large building companies to actually get a kit in order to go ahead with that project.
Yeah, they're going to just build the over thing, aren't they? Not the actual.
Yeah, correct. Just the arena. That sort of the over art. Was everyone here when we passed around those plans? And it has like the big sort of shed structure. It's not a shed. It's like the arena structure. And then underneath there'll be like a platform and a seating area with other building it's under construction, isn't it? Like under design, but possibly.
I think we're pretty close.
Pretty close. It's going to have like a stage area and possibly a place where people can stay and like a little kitchenette and whole facilities basically. So that's going to be for functions. And server rooms and places we can store equipment and editing can happen, so that everything will be down there for when people come together for a talk or some kind of presentation or anything, roller skating, I'm not sure what else will happen down there, whatever event is happening down there.
Just got to be careful about the edges when you're roller skating.
Flying off. You can learn about jumps with some jump pads down there.
Doing air.
I'd be encouraging you, but not doing them myself. So that's good. We'd really like to get the arena and at least that, because we could actually start meeting underneath the shed, even if things aren't. I don't know if we could, but there is a possibility for things to happen once the big overarching shed's done. And we really want to work towards that to get that done in the next short term, not like have it happen for ages. So that's the goal anyway. We're also over at 71 O'Day Road. The shipping containers are complete. Yay!
From Connie's perspective, they're not complete.
Oh no! Sorry, I need to be more specific. The painting part is completed, but when I said there was a lot of good lessons that I think, and thank you so much for your education on a lot of love lessons for everyone who was involved in that project. And they're not perfect, but we've learnt things and got a few more skills or the beginnings of new skills. The next stage on those is they're going to have roofs over them, and so Corney's actually been working hard. You don't always see Corney or Jesus and Mary, but behind the scenes there's a whole lot of other stuff going on all the time. So Corney's been down at Caretakers making these, you might have to explain exactly what they are, but they're these very nifty little contraptions that Jesus and Corney have designed that actually go, you know how containers have the four kind of points with a little opening on them at the very top and the bottom, like their sort of feet. Yeah. He's made these things that you can literally slot in and sort of swivel, and it's going to have a roof on it to catch water or I'm not sure if it's going to catch water, but it's going to protect the roofs and also give a little bit of an awning out the front so that if someone's working in there, there's a little bit of shelter. So he's been working on those, and the roofs need to go on, all of those containers. So Helena's going away for a little while, so we may need other people to be labourers and involved with Corney. We're looking for people who can be good, supportive construction people to work alongside Corney. Obedient and follow directions and rules.
Interested, obedient.
Yeah. A few love things that need to happen. So, do you want to say anything else about that, Connie?
I pretty much know it.
No?
I was just interested to hear your description of that.
Okay, goes all right. So that's been happening. Then there's also simultaneously going on the opposite side of where the containers are, and I pointed it out to the people who have visited at J&M's, where the old containers used to be, and the little parking area. There's been earthworks happening over there, prepping it, the containers were moved. Clint was here last week, and he was removing concrete and organising all of that area. The arborists are coming in the next 2 weeks to take down some more trees so they don't fall either on the house or on the new water catchment and storage area. There's a shed kit. Has that been? It's under order. I don't
Next week, yeah.
Yep. So that's Drees and Mary are paying for the kit for that part. So that will be coming, and you'll see when you get to J&M's probably more materials arriving over the next little while. So be aware of all of these things as well.
Don't
and
drive
look after
them.
them. And not like stomping on them or anything. Look after them. So while J&M are away, then that shed is going to be starting to get made, and that's
the first thing will probably be a retaining wall, probably first, and then foundations, and then
and sorting out that whole the earthworks on that area. And then after the shed's made, then there's the ongoing thing of getting tanks in there, and Drees and Corny have also come up with some tank stand ideas as well. That's an experiment, isn't it? That's going to be tried for the first time.
yeah, I think they're more than an experiment. I think we've been pretty thorough with them. So
They're concrete plans.
they're concrete.
more. It's an innovative new thing that hasn't been done before, isn't it? From your sense, or you've taken an idea.
Yeah, it's more. We really want to focus on protecting our water supply in the very long term. So the problem with plastic tanks is they eventually decay. They're only warranted for anywhere from 10 to 20 years. And if you don't put them under cover, then UV eventually starts cracking them and eventually tear apart. And the trouble with that, of course, is that then you've got all that plastic to get rid of. So in the future, we'll be buying stainless steel tanks, not plastic ones. But at the moment, we've got 18 plastic ones.
Yeah.
And so we want to protect them, have a cover over them so they last 50 years rather than like what they're warranted to last. And we also want to make a very stable base, so if any tree roots or anything start moving ground underneath, the tanks themselves survive that, so they don't tear apart because of pressure being in one area under the ground, causing a raising of one area. Because we have had problems on our property in particular, where we've got a lot of trees, and the trees are all growing because they're all getting lots of mulch and everything, and as a result you lay something down and then 10 years later it's cracking apart because all the ground is moving underneath all the time. So we've designed tank stands that will be stable even if there is a bit of a push up underground. Yeah.
Yeah, really cool. So there's a lot of things, and these ideas have been in the pipeline, so to speak, for like ages.
A long time.
A really long planning has happened. So some of these things are coming to fruition, which is quite exciting to happen. But yeah, so in summary, there's the works, just as a reminder that all of those things happening at J&M's, because there's a toilet block as well that's going to be happening, but obviously the toilet block's secondary to the water catchment because you can't have toilets without water. So there's lots of different moving parts that are sort of simultaneously getting worked towards, with the aim that everyone in God's Way is going to be moving over to the studio as a God's Way / Divine Truth office, centralised area where everything is together in one place. So equipment and technology, and which is going to have a lot of really good on-flow effects for people's time, and just all having, I think, a centralised office space makes a lot of sense for everybody. It also accounts for the opportunity for growth and for expansion in the organisation as well, rather than being in my living room. And I think, or anyone's living room at the moment, it's mine, but it could be anyone's. And also just working towards the goals of God's Way, do meaningful projects that are based on God's truth, finding out the truth and sharing that with the world. So the office is like the administrative hub. We need that first before we can go out and actually, and then we need the sharing space as well, so that many, many more people than just the 25 or 30 of us who come into a living room can fit. And it's also the big picture is that it's a template for the possibility of overseas God's Way centres or centres that can also share divine truth. And so there's a lot of things that are being designed to be tested and seeing how they work so that they can be refined or made better and improved, so that when there is a team of people whose hearts are in harmony with God's Way, literally they can take the prototype of God's Way Australia, we know the mistakes, we know the principles in our heart, and you can go all around the world and actually set up these little hubs, I suppose, for truth sharing, is how I see it. And so that's a lot of what's being worked towards. And I know we haven't always spoken about that, but we're trying now, the managers, or I am, and want all the our managers to tell you why, like what we're doing and why it's meaningful to the organisation, because I think a lot of you sometimes come along and you're like, oh, we're just weeding this or we're just doing that, and don't always understand what it's leading to. There's still weed management. It was notable how taking down wood was more exciting for everyone than weeding. But there's reasons that we do the weeding as well for learning spiritual lessons. Anything else?
How was the sale of the environment centre going?
We had our first inquiry, well, other than people here, had our first inquiry yesterday. Nothing's followed up, but he was just a guy who was interested, so I've emailed him the link to the God's Way site to have a look at some pictures and said if he'd like to have a look and follow up. So I said that both in conversations and everything and in the email, so we'll see if we hear from him. But obviously some emotions that need to be dealt with of why there's not more interest, or if there's
Why do
something
you reckon that might be?
I feel some people still have a bit of an attachment to it.
Yep.
Some people and a bit. I think both
Every
those things
single
are
one of them.
everyone has a major attachment to it.
So it's not getting resolved.
Emotionally speaking.
Yeah. Understated there. Yeah. And I was also going to say those are the physical things that are happening, but there's also a lot of things that I thought just to mention for God's Way too, is there's also a lot of administration things happening and behind the scene things that you might not be privy to, but we're looking at the website at the moment, and Mary's been really helping us, and Jean's been helping with us to get more structured and streamlined and just easier to interface with. So over the coming months that will be changed and updated hopefully, so that it's clearer and easier to read and everything.
Testing.
As well as that we've got admin stuff like accounts and just the basic running of the organisation to get things done. So 30th of June is coming up, so we've got our finances to hand in. And there's just always things going on is what I'm saying, even if you're not necessarily aware of everything that's going on.
There's also another big project, isn't there, Elle? Because all of God's Way's data has been kept here on storage, on a storage server that Jesus has been maintaining for basically God's Way. Now there's a big process, isn't there, where you're reorganising that so it can all come on to the divine, basically what we've called the divine truth setup, which is really partly owned by God's Way, well, anyway, isn't it? So it's just moving the data from this location over to there is actually quite a big job that a number of you have been working very hard on for quite a while.
And it's actually a huge job in the sense because it was such a mess due to various emotional issues and just not having structure and streamlining something at the very beginning. There's all of these, it's sort of been dumped, but it hasn't been ordered or organised. And because Jesus' system is so beautifully organised and ordered, it has to be at least have some semblance of order. It has to be well ordered in order to be migrated over. So Sorsh and I were the main ones, and we've actually let that slip a little in the last months. But what do we reckon? It was like about 36 days, 8 hours a day.
Oh, right, yeah. I did the maths in one of the meetings, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was 20 something.
It was 28, 28, near 30 I think.
30. It was a month. It was a month of full-time work.
That's right. For us, every single day, doing 8-hour days to get it done. So the aim is, while Jay and Emma are away, that we get that data done so that once they've had a bit of a rest on their return, that can literally be migrated. So we are, the directors and managers are going to come up with a bit of a plan so that we fit all of these things in, because there's actually a lot going on. And yeah, it's easy to sort of get pulled into the project like that and let some of these administration things lapse. So we're just working to make that everything happen. And we'll just be trialling how best to do that in the next little while.
Yeah. The directors are all working very hard consistently on not just the jobs they do with you, but with many other behind the scenes jobs.
If we just have a bit of quiet. Keep forgetting to do that. Okay. Now you can be noisy again. How's everyone going today? See a thumb poking up out there. Yeah. It's very interesting watching different injuries of play and how they all, how everything happens in terms of everybody's injuries. And a lot of the injuries, of course, are intergender emotional injuries, aren't they? It's like we don't realise how much our addictions with the opposite gender play a part in how we do things or how we get things done. And the majority of people have very little idea about their emotional injuries and how they're playing out. And the key is to become more self-aware, but the average person is almost completely lacking in self-awareness. And people who've been listening to Divine Truth for 10 or 15 years generally are also, for the large part, almost completely lacking in awareness. And so when we talk about addictions, it's very important that we're able to talk about them in practical situations. So last week, remember, we raised the practical situation
It's the planks.
of the planks.
The parable of the planks.
The parable of the planks. And you could see that there were intergender emotional injuries and also some emotional injuries about, protecting our personal equipment and other things like that, that were playing into the situation with the planks. And once you start to delve into the intergender emotional injuries, it's only then that you really start seeing how serious they are and how lacking in love they are. Our emotional addictions are our way in which we are unloving to others and also where we allow people to be unloving with ourselves. And unless you're working through emotional addictions, you're going to really struggle to receive God's love constantly. Because without any sincerity to deal with addictions, there is no sincerity to receive love as God defines it to be. Because you want love as humans define it to be. Does that make sense? So this week, it's interesting, Mary and I have been trying to organise some things regarding the venues overseas. We have to hire sound equipment. Basically, as you can see, we're travelling with enough equipment to do the fundamentals or the basics, but when it comes to what we can't travel with, obviously we can't travel with heavy things. So the main thing we need when we're travelling overseas is we need speakers, and we need cables we can't travel with, and speakers and microphone stands. You can see behind me there's the antenna systems that we've got hooked up, and the microphone stands we can't travel with either. They're all too heavy and too bulky, and we haven't. It's not like we're travelling musicians or something and got a whole entourage to take with us. So our setup has to be quite simple and easy to operate.
But everything else that you see in this room, like the mixer and the receivers and all of our microphones and the microphones you have there, that they're all in 2 suitcases actually, this yellow pack you see here and another green suitcase. So we bring everything else, but we do need the heavy things like the speakers and the long cables and stuff hired in the country where we go.
So what Mary and I do is we write a list of what we need, and when people offer to assist us, we give them a list of what we need. But it's amazing how the intergender emotional injuries play a huge part in making that a real nightmare for us. And this week if we look at the venues we've got to set up, there's basically 12 separate venues we've got to set up on this trip, which means 12 separate hires in 12 separate cities or locations. And so we've got to pick up, drop off and all those kind of things at those locations. So you can imagine that, like, for us, if we're rocking up at a place and we've only got a few days to settle in and then we get started with the events, of course, there's a whole heap of things we've got to consider with the events. So things like with the events themselves, a lot of times people think, oh, well, let's have it at my house or something, and there's 35 people rocking up at your house. You can see immediately there's a problem with that, because there's 35 people needing to go to the toilet every break, probably. So if you're in the middle of a city and there's 35 people needing to go to the toilet, and it's in a house and there's one toilet, it's going to probably take 35 minutes to go to the toilet every time we have a break. Now you can see that's pretty impractical. So it's for the most part, it's impractical for us to actually have events like we're holding here at Elo's place in a city location. But everybody wants you to come to their house or whatever and have an event there, but they don't think of all the additional things you need. So the first thing you need is toilets. And now, as it turns out, overseas and also in Australia, oftentimes hiring a toilet for a day is more pricey than hiring a venue for a day. So you might as well just go and hire a venue, that's got toilets, rather than, do something different to that. The other thing you need is chairs. So each of you have somewhere at least to sit here, right? And that's because we're bringing chairs from our place. We've got a whole heap of chairs stored. And we basically every day we organise something, we have to organise the chairs. And so that's the same if you think you're in the middle of a city and it's in your house and 35 people are coming, where are they going to sit? Now, it's highly likely in your house you don't have 35 chairs, isn't it? Usually we set up our homes for whatever number of people we have in the home. If it's a family, that might be 6 or 8 people. That's usually the amount of chairs you have. You might have a few lounge chairs. But also people have other furniture, so they have chairs and tables and, pianos and all sorts of things. and that's what they populate their house with. So when somebody says, I've got a nice big space that we can use, when we get a photo of the space and you go, oh, there's a piano in the corner and there's this and that everywhere else, obviously we're not going to be able to use that space because we need a clear space for that period of time. So you can see already people want to help, but the addiction is I want to help without noticing whether my help's practical or not. And you see this happening a lot in society where people feel they would like to help, but because they want the feeling of helping more than they want to look at the practicalities, right? The addiction causes them to ignore all of these other quite substantial issues. So when Mary and I organise a trip, we're dealing constantly with the addictions of people. So they say, oh, we have a space. Now, when we list the space, we list with people, we say we need basically about a square metre per person coming. And so if there's 40 people, we need at least 40 square metres as a minimum. And then the equipment stuff takes up probably 5 square metres or so. So you really need more like sort of a bit more, like 120% of that space. So about 1.2 square metres per person. So we say that we need this amount of square metres, we need, these other things. And people often write back and say, well, yeah, we've got all those things, like our living room is this square metres. But when you take into account, where do you put all your furniture? Where do you put all the chairs? Where is it all going to go? How many toilets do you have? And you take all of those things into account, you go, well, it's now impractical for the most part in most people's homes to actually hold an event. The beauty of what we've been doing at our place and what Elo's been doing here is we do have the chairs, and because we can go to the toilet outside, like anywhere we want, there's not a real pressure on it, in terms of the problems. But You imagine you're in the middle of a city, of course, these all become problems. And then let's say you're in the middle of a city, and most people in a city, and many of them are in like high-rise apartments as well. How do you get all the chairs? Like, particularly if it's in many things, apartments overseas, they're like 3 stories high and they're all stairs. And the room is on the 2nd floor. And you've got to get 40 chairs up there and 40 chairs down again. And you've got to unpack it and pack it, and you've got to get them delivered and not, you know. And then you've got also the additional problems of car parking. See, here on our blocks, we've got 40 acres, you can pretty much park anywhere. But in the middle of the city, you imagine what the street would feel if 50 people rocked up in their cars in the street and wanted to park their car somewhere. You can see pretty soon they're going to be complaining, aren't they, about what's going on here. And if it's happening 3 days in a row, they might put up with it on the first day and say, you know, oh, well, that's just a party or something going on. But after the second day, they are sick to death of you, right? And all there is the potential of doing is just alienating people by not being loving. So a truly loving person would consider every one of these things and wouldn't be driven by their addictions to get something they wanted in expense of all of these loving considerations. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So then there's also the issues with regard to technology, like in what we need. And this has been interesting this week because, you know, I've made a complete list of what we need at each event, and we've sent them to different people, of course. Not a single person who's said they want to help us has actually responded in a loving manner to the request. The tech request. And what I would like to do is just illustrate a lot of the responses, and then you tell me why it's unloving. How does that sound? Okay.
You want me to outline them?
We'll just do one at a time. Okay. So, one in Austria. This happened in Austria. Let's go there first.
Yep. So I wrote and I said, we have some technical requirements. Here's the dot point list of everything we need. Here's the speakers we need with the wattage. Here's the cables we need. Here's we also need chairs and chairs for Jesus and I, which would be higher because it's a larger group. And pretty much that's all I said we need. Whiteboard, and we need a whiteboard. And what I got back was a big, long email saying these are all the things that we have. We have these subwoofers, and we have these, and I have microphones, and I have a mixer you can use, and I have with all the specs. And also, I know not videoing, but also there's all this video equipment that I've got, and yeah, and so it was a big long thing. And at the end of it, there wasn't actually a yes, I have this, yes, I have that.
Yeah.
I had to read through.
Yeah. So why is that unloving? Nikki, you want to start?
Aren't they just being generous?
Aren't they just being generous?
So I know because I've helped with you guys last time I was out here and stuff, helped. But it's like if you're going to help, it's like following the instructions. Otherwise you create more problems. So for example, in that example, they wrote what they have thinking they're being helpful.
Yes.
But it's actually taking you time reading through all of their thing for a start.
Correct.
And then on top of that,
now we've got to write another email.
You've got to write another email, so that's taking you time.
Correct.
But then on top of that, they're not seeing why you've chosen or your actual requirements. There's obviously a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and actually in that email that I sent to those guys, I said, we travel with a mixer, microphone,
Yes.
So I had already told them that we would be arriving with those things.
Yeah. And I could, like, from that, I could feel like their feeling was, I want to be generous, I want to help, I want to say I've got all this or whatever.
So
what's their addiction?
What's the addiction?
They want to feel like they're being a good person.
Correct.
That's the addiction.
Correct.
So I know because I've had that problem too.
Yeah.
And I know how it plays out.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that.
So are they really being a good person?
Well, no, because they're taking more time. They're not seeing.
Well, no. Firstly, the first reason why is because they're just trying to meet their addiction.
You
Yes.
can't be a loving
You can't be a loving person
Yes.
while you just try to meet your addiction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then obviously because of that, there's all these flow-on effects too.
Correct, which are all going to be taking up more time, it's more unloving. It just becomes more unloving. It's actually easier for me to phone a sound provider and say, here's my list, deliver it to that day, and they say yes, and I pay them €500 or whatever it is I need to pay. It's actually easier for us to do that than to go through this palaver. Does that make sense? Now, the trouble with us doing the first thing is nobody learns anything. The trouble with us not involving anybody is nobody learns anything in practice. You see what I'm saying? We can circumnavigate everyone's emotions just by working with a provider and just saying, please provide this. But that doesn't actually deal with anybody's addictions. It doesn't help them to grow, does it? So the advantage of us having some of these interactions is we're going to have to, now there's something to discuss when we arrive. As soon as we arrive, there's something to discuss right away, right? With regard to love in practice and how love would work if you were loving in those circumstances. Make sense?
Yep.
Yep. Any other things that you can think of with regard to that situation? Nina, thank you. Up the back there. When you hold the mics, can I just grab the mic for you? I would like you to hold the mics from now on like this on your chin and also speaking over the top of them.
Not looking down.
Rather than you can hear when I go You can see the P's disappear when I sort of speak over the mic rather than into the mic. Now that wouldn't be the normal way you would use a mic, but from now on I think it's just easier that if you hold it, the base of it to your chest and you hold the tip of it on your chin, when you speak into it and you go and you can see there's no plosives occurring. But if I go you can hear that thudding occurring.
Yep.
And if I go like with it, the way I want you to hold it, you can see there's no thudding. And also it means that all of you will do the same thing. And that means that when it comes to mixing your sound, I won't have to go through every single one of you and go, oh, this person's level needs to go up, this one needs to go down, and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you can do it like that from now on, and we'll remind you.
If we're obedient. Yes.
Be obedient, yes.
One of the things that's
No, it's good.
struck me about it was that you're actually also setting it up so that you are going to have helpful people down the track.
Yes, so if we don't educate anybody, we're going to actually need to pay some professionals at some point, aren't we? Now, of course, we don't mind paying professionals if that's what we need to do, but we don't get the donations to pay professionals. So we would need to raise a significant amount of extra funds. If Mary and I weren't travelling like we were travelling and instead we needed to take at least 2 people with us to set up our venues and do all of that other work, can you see that now doubles the cost of the trip? So our trip is costing us at this stage, it's around about 120,000 or something, is how much the trip costs for a 4.5 month trip. That now would be $250,000 for a trip. It would double, right? Now, of course, that's not a very economical way of using people's funds. It'd be better if we could spend, if we were going to get the extra donations, that they went towards building something, like a venue, rather than just spending it on professionals that are travelling with us or something like that. And that's, of course, without their wages. Because Mary and I are not charging anybody wages when we go anywhere. We're giving our time for free. So even with giving our time for free, that's how much the trip's costing. Yeah. So it gives you an idea, doesn't it, of what's sort of involved. Now, the more loving the trip can become, the more educated everybody becomes in love. Anybody that we meet when they do help us in the future, hopefully we'll have some education. The loving thing to do here would be just yes or no, do we have these things? That would be the loving thing, wouldn't it? And then Mary could go, oh, the answer was yes, or the answer was no. And if the answer was yes, then we can go and just say, right, that's sorted, done.
Yeah.
If the answer is no, then we can go, well, we need to go to a sound hiring place now and make an agreement with them to hire their equipment. But either way, we don't have to have another to and fro of emails, until the whole thing is resolved. Yeah. Which just is very, very time consuming, as you can imagine. And also, all of these emails happen at a different time zone. So it's not like you can phone the person.
It takes days.
Because when you're asleep, they're awake, and when you're awake, they're asleep. So it takes days it chews up literally, 2 or 3. Every email exchange usually is 3 days. Because
and I've got to be not busy with something else on the second day to get back to them on that day, or then it takes longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see how unloving it can become very quickly. And you can see from our perspective, it goes, well, we're better off just emailing or phoning waking up at 3 a.m. in the morning when we have to phone somebody, phone them, phone a venue, a hire place, and just order it there like that. At the end of the day, that's what you've got to consider when we're organising these kind of things. If people weren't so unloving, it wouldn't be anywhere near like that. It would be just yes or no. But because we want to be helpful, we sort of go, well, I haven't got those things, but I have got all these things. And how does that help me? I need to know whether you've got what I want, not all the other things that I don't want. That doesn't help me, you see. There is another feeling too coming from a lot of people, and that is that Jesus, because he's a bit of a nutcase, right, because he thinks he's Jesus, he must be also a bit of an idiot
when it comes to
technology, right? Even though I've told most of you that I have been an engineer for 40 years, right? I started being an engineer actually when I was 17 years old, and I'm now 61, and it's all been in the field of electronics and computers, right? Do you think that what you think of is going to be something I haven't thought of? Now, unless it's something brand new that I haven't seen, and there might be brand new things that I haven't seen, for the most part I've already thought of it, right? So why would you then treat me like I'm stupid? So what's that about, do you think? Because I often get treated like I'm stupid. Many of you have treated me like I'm stupid. Many of you have come with the idea here to help, with the idea, he's not doing the right thing, so I'll come and help him.
Well, I don't know how many people have written to you or come and gone, don't know about this app or this tech or this thing,
as if I don't know.
You've considered it 5 years ago, eliminated it, and you know more about it than they actually do, and you can tell them why it's not going to work for our purposes.
But that all just takes my time too.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of doing that? It's like, I already discarded that 5 years ago. I am not going to now write you an email telling you why. Does that make sense? So a lot of people, they email me these things that he just wasn't interested. I'm interested. But at the end of the day, it wasn't helpful. And if I've got to write a reply, now I'm taking up 10, 15, 20 minutes of my own time telling you why I'm not going to use it. And now that's a waste of my time. And if that happens 25 times a week at 15 minutes a time, that's a lot of time. I'm chewing up days of time replying to people's emails as to why I don't want to do what they're suggesting. So, of course, I don't respond at all because I can't. There's not enough time to respond under those circumstances. But coming back to, why do we think that other people are idiots if they don't think what we think? Paul?
I think, I think from a male perspective, like competition, having to prove myself as a man, wanting to show that I know something, wanting to sort of feel better than you,
Yep.
This sort of
Or better than another man. It doesn't really
Yes.
matter who it is. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
having to prove ourselves.
Proving yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
Or being in a competition to
Yes.
prove oneself.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a very big thing for most men because most men are in competition with their fathers.
Yes.
And it's very interesting in a family dynamic because most of the time that competitive thing is being set up by the mother. Like it's oftentimes you see the mother feels dissatisfied with her relationship with her husband, and so what she does then is she sets up the male child. She then says, I'm going to make a man out of him that actually is a nice man. That's the feeling many women have. So I give up on my husband ever being one because you can't change him. He's it's hopeless with him. I've tried and it didn't work. All we end up doing is fighting and arguing. So no, I'm not going to do that. So what they do is they get the child, and it's quite young, and they start educating the child in the manner to which the mother wants to be accustomed. Now, what that does is it makes the male child believe he is more important than his father in the relationship. And so an example of that is like at the moment little Elias is 3 years old now. Yeah, he believes he's more important than his mother. He also believes he's more important than any man that his mother knows, other than his own dad. Right? And it sort of sets up this dynamic that by the time the child grows into an adult, he now believes already that he is the most favoured man. Right? Now, if that has not happened, then usually the opposite thing has happened, where the young child has been criticised by their fathers or their mothers, and so now the child feels like he's less than other men and has to prove himself to other men. But either way, you end up with this really competitive feeling with other men. And so when a man says, this is what I'd like you to do, the average man being told what to do goes, I don't want to do that because I've got a better way. Like Paul's way. Should we go?
And I think in my case, Mum idealised her dad.
Yeah.
And it was like,
You've got to live up to Dad.
I want you to be like my dad.
Grandpa.
Yes, not your dad.
That's right.
Yes.
Not your dad because I don't
Yes,
like him very
yes,
much.
yes.
My father. And this is why do women often idealise their fathers? It's because there's been some codependent, usually emotionally incestuous relationship with their father. And so that's why they've idolised their fathers. And that's in that regard, when you think about a marriage, for the most part, the people getting married, if it's a woman and a man getting married, the man is in competition with the wife's father for the wife's attention and love, and the woman is in competition with the man's mother. And this is why there's all these father-in-law and mother-in-law jokes that go on in the world, isn't there? Because there is all this underlying agenda, all based on addiction, going on in the family that then gets carried over to the next generation. So that the damage of that is the child who when it's even from the time of its birth is being educated one way or another with regard to this harm. So you can see it's a very damaging thing to do, isn't it? All right, so that's the... have we finished with that example? Probably not, because that continued to go on, didn't it?
No. I read the email and I said, thank you, we'll take the speakers. And that was all. Yeah. So the next one was in Ireland, and there's a lady there who's very generously having us stay in her home actually, and she's offered to help. And I wrote to her and I said, look, we need some speakers and we need the same list.
The same
basically.
list,
yeah. And can you check with the venue if they have speakers, or if not, with a local company, and same goes for the chairs and the whiteboard. And so I got an email back from her, and she said, I've checked with the venue, they have a whiteboard, they have the chairs, and I've spoken to a local hire company because they didn't have the speakers at the venue, and attached is a detailed quote. So it's going to be £625 or something for the 3 days. Anyway, I was like, wow, that's a lot for a couple of speakers, and especially since they said that their rate for hire goes down by 50% every day you have it, so it's only 3 days, so that's a lot. And sure enough, there was a quotation for 2 speakers with XLR cables, which is what we want.
And
Plus,
the microphone stands.
And the microphone stands. Sorry, the microphone
things we
stands are
wanted.
always on the list. Yep. And the microphone stands, as well as 2 microphones, a mixer desk, and a question about whether we want wired or
Wireless.
handheld, wireless or handheld or wired mics for ourselves.
So Ella, what went on there?
What do you think happened behind the scenes there?
Happened behind
It's
the
pretty
scenes.
obvious what
Yeah.
happened.
Well, I feel she's taken your directions, but she hasn't actually she's got the information back, but she hasn't actually taken the time to examine the quote herself, cross-reference it with your list.
No, I think so.
Well, that's true.
different has
That is
happened.
true.
Yeah.
What you're saying is true.
She has done that, but what happened before that for her to get that quote? Fee.
I reckon she was on the phone to someone and they've talked, probably a guy who said, you're going to need this too.
It
and
is a
you're gonna
guy,
need this too. Yeah, it is a guy.
Right.
It's a guy who's given the quote, yeah.
Who's spoken to an expert.
Exactly.
Confessed expert. And then they're like, well, this guy knows more than Jesus and Mary, so I'm going to just do the nice, helpful thing. But it's actually quite condescending to you guys as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are we going to have to do now? Says, they're just saying, I can use that. Says it's mobile again. Sort of mobile.
Hop on.
Hop along there. Sort of what are we
You're going to have to follow up. You're going to have to follow up with the provider
Yeah.
and ask how much
Not
is
at your
it
throat, Says, just at your chin. That's it.
and ask what the price is for just the things you want.
That's right.
Let them know what exactly, just the things we want.
Now, Ireland is, I think it's 7 hours. I think it's seven hours.
It's Europe, all
So
of Europe is.
we're going to be out by 7 hours with everything we do now with Ireland. Yeah. But you can see if just the instructions were followed, and if she'd read the quote and go, this is not what was asked for,
But she obviously thinks.
but she got convinced by the provider because he believed we need something without even asking us. He believes we need these additional things, and there's also a general feeling in the provider, isn't there? Obviously, that he would know more than what we would know. Right, in providing the list, he's going, there's things missing out of this list that we would normally do, right? And so, of course, the presumptions are being made. So, another question becomes, what's the addiction involved in presumption? I reckon that might be the addiction involved in presumption. Yeah. Connie, you want to?
That you believe you know better than others.
Yeah, there's a belief you know better. And why would we want to believe we know better? And sometimes we might know better, but why would we want to think we know better? Arch?
You can somewhat get some worth out of thinking that you know better. You're sort of almost an expert because you know this.
That's right. So our worth is involved with the idea that I know better. So in other words, what I know is how I get my worth. Now, how does God value worth? Is it based on what you know? Like, let's look at it. A baby knows nothing, really. Knows how to breathe and a few other mechanical things, doesn't it? How to eat, how to poo and wee, and a few other things like, voice, inarticulate sound and so forth. It obviously can feel feelings, but it can't even describe them. It doesn't even know how to describe them. The baby barely knows anything, but what does God think he's worth? He's worth the same as you. Right? So he knows nothing and you know everything. That's the general feeling most people have. And yet, from God's perspective, your worth isn't based on what you know. So whenever you are basing your worth on what you know, you are actually in an addiction. Right? And that addiction is going to play out in some way in your life, in a negative way. That addiction will play out in your life. Yeah? Yes?
I forgot the question.
You forgot the question, that's right. Yep. So can you see that if my worth is based upon knowledge, then from God's perspective it's not worth anything. Because your worth isn't based on knowledge from God's perspective. It's not based upon what you know. It's based upon, the fact that you just exist from God's perspective. That he created you and you exist. Of course, God gives more love to those people who ask for it and therefore are in better condition. But the net result is that God doesn't do that because you're worth more. So when you're loved more, it's not because you're worth more. It's because the person who's loving you, whether that's God or someone else, loves you. It's not because you're worth more than someone else. Now, how many times do we believe that if we're loved more, it means we're worth more? So, an example of that is family. I love my family more and they're worth more to me. In other words, if my family has a need, I respond. But if someone else other than my family has exactly the same need, I don't respond. And that's because we believe the people we love are worth more, which is actually an error with regard to our definition of love. Right? So if we look at some of these situations, you can see that love isn't the thing being considered. Now, of course, you don't expect a supplier who's never heard God's truth to necessarily be very loving, right? But a person who's been listening to God's truth for years, it would be nice if they understood the fundamentals of love, wouldn't it? And what I'm saying is the majority of people who've been listening to Divine Truth for years don't understand the fundamentals of love. And you see this acting out and playing out in practical situations every day of their life. Not only every day, mostly every hour of their life. You can see it playing out, right? Okay, so the loving thing to do there would be, if need be, you say back to the person, who is supplying the goods, we don't need these other things. No matter what you think, we've just been asked to supply these things. And that's it. Can you please give a quote for the delivery and the pickup of and the use of those things for that period? Now, because in this case, our sister involved, who is generous to us, like she's offering us to stay in her own home, she's actually moving out of her home while we're staying in it for a week, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So that's pretty generous, isn't it? How many of you would even think of doing that for somebody to move out of it and go somewhere else? That's a pretty generous thing to do. But when it comes to her interactions, intergender emotional injuries, immediately engaging them. As soon as the expert man comes along, right? And many of you girls do this, right? As soon as the expert man comes along, you are in the addiction immediately. Yeah? Can you see that? Yeah. Many of you have been doing this week with Aaron, who thinks he's an expert man to a degree. And many of you ladies have been doing exactly that. You've been playing out these addictions, right, with him. Now that doesn't help him. It doesn't help him at all. You need to address that. Remember when Nikki first came along, you did the same. Did it help Nikki? No. Right, what it did was it made him think that he was the expert and made him think all the things he already thought were were actually increased. And so if we had all addressed it right at the beginning of Nikki coming, can you see there's a chance that Nikki might have responded a lot earlier about his arrogance and started to deal with it. Does that make sense? But because the addiction was in play, his addiction and yours were in play, you fed the addiction because of your own addiction, both unloving acts, and then the person who's here to learn about God's way, God's truth, is getting distorted further through the addiction. Right? So this is a good thing about being here. We can address these issues, but you know, when it's people we've barely met or had hardly anything to do with for years, you can see we don't have the opportunity to address these things with them. They are going to need to have some self-awareness that this is what's going on. And you can see how easy it is to not have it, can't you? Like the average person who listens, like how many years did you listen to Divine Truth before you came here, Nikki? Can I just get the mic to Nikki?
Would it be alright just to shut that a bit behind?
It's a bit glare, we can hard to see, Nikki.
Yeah. You mean this time round?
No, I mean, how many
when did you first hear Divine Truth?
I first heard it in 2013.
2013.
I met you guys in 2014 in Moncarai at the AG.
Yeah.
But you didn't really spend any time.
Hardly spend any time with us.
I spent a bit of time, not that much.
When you say a bit of time, an hour or two?
Yeah.
If that.
At the most?
Yeah, if that. Maybe the odd dinner and stuff
the
like
odd
that.
Dinner.
With others, yeah.
But really I'd say when my addiction started getting challenged was when Jesus, you started in 2016 with me. When I came with Dave Raisman.
That's right.
And Courtney.
Yeah.
You clocked it in me. And
well, no, I clocked it way before.
Way before, obviously, yeah.
We both clocked it from 2014.
From the time we met.
From 2014, okay, yeah, fair enough. And that's when I started feeling, I don't know this.
Can I just also say in here, it's interesting you say Jesus clocked it. Yes, he did. There were a number of other women who tried to point it out to you, but you couldn't even hear them.
Yes.
At all. You could only hear it from a man.
From a man, yes.
And if you were more competitive with a man, which by the way you are fairly competitive, you're only hearing bits and pieces of what I say. Because the rest, see, what most people don't understand emotionally is that while I've got specific emotional injuries, what happens is I've got these emotional injuries are filters that you could almost call them EQs on my ears. And what I mean by EQs, if for a technical sound, is equalising your ears. So it's sort of like
cancelling out some sounds.
This emotion says cancel out him saying that, and all of a sudden it's on mute. He's talking and lips are moving, but I'm not really registering. And then, that bit sounds good. Turn that back on sound, so I can listen to that. But we don't realise how much of our absorption of what's being said to us is not actually getting through, because there's all these emotional reasons why we don't want to hear it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And why we don't want to know, and why we think what we think, and why we want to think what we think, and so forth. So the reality is the very first email I got from you, which was way before I met you.
Gosh, yeah,
2013.
2013, yeah.
I knew what the problem was.
Yeah.
But how do you address that by email without writing like 25 pages of text? You can't really, can you? It's impossible to address by email. And in fact, it's really, what can be said in a 10-minute conversation might take, 4 hours of email to write. So it's not a very economic use of my time either to address it by email, which is the reason why I don't. And that's why nobody emails me anymore. Right? Thank you for that, by the way. Because the real interactions are the ones that you need to have personally, aren't they?
Yes, well, that's when I really started getting confronted emotionally.
Yes, but only from me. The women you just completely ignored.
Yep.
And it wasn't until Mary started making some comments to you in 2018 or 19.
Oh no, on the way to the airport.
2062, yes, I remember this. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're saying about the song and stuff.
Yeah.
Every time I heard that song afterwards, it just reminded me of what you said. But yes, I remember in the car journey that you were bringing stuff up with me, and I felt
And
very
also Elle had
comfortable.
tried to raise things.
Ellie did, Lena did as well.
Yeah.
Lena did.
Courtney
Lena.
did, she tried.
Yeah. And my feeling was, a woman's telling me something I don't like, I'm going to just ignore the woman.
Well, the actual emotion is whatever a woman says, unless it's got some sexual thing associated with it, then basically you can ignore it. Yeah, because my mum likes me.
Mm.
I don't need another woman to like me. My mum's already. I've already been taught by my mother that I'm her favourite man in the world. So if somebody says I've got a flaw, well, my mother doesn't think I've got one, and that's really all that matters.
Yep.
And there's very little assessment of what God feels in that place. You see. So this is why why we do what we do in most situations is because we are already in the addictions without knowledge. We do them on automatic. And we have no idea what we're doing most of the time on automatic. And at some point, the relationship with God is going to expose that to you if you can listen to God. But the majority of you can't listen yet. Like, you can't even listen to a man speaking to you right to your face what the problem is. So how are you going to listen to God's feelings about you? You're going to have to be really sensitive to feelings, aren't you? To be able to hear God's feelings about what you're doing and what you're saying and how you're acting and what the injuries are and everything. And the most difficult thing most people find after they receive the very first of God's love, when they are sincere, when it comes to progress, is they don't want to hear what God's got to say about them, right? And the only way you can grow infinitely is to hear what God's got to say. It's the only way infinite growth is possible, by hearing what God's got to say. Remember, whatever God says is truth. So I'm also saying it's only by accepting the reality of God's truth that you're ever going to grow infinitely. That makes sense, doesn't it? And every time we act in an addiction, and then when somebody says, like, how many times have I said to many of you, oh, this is an addiction, and you go, oh, yeah, but it's, how many times internally have you felt, but it's only little? Why are you complaining about that? Why are you raising that for? You know, that's only a small thing. Isn't anything that interferes with your eternal growth a large thing? I've assumed so. That's how I sort of look at everything. I go, well, if it's interfering with my relationship with God, and my growth in it, then it's a big thing. It's not a small thing, and I need to address it. I need to become aware first, and then I need to address it. To do that, you need to be very humble. But addictions make you arrogant. They don't make you humble. They make you arrogant. You believe you need them and want them. You believe they're necessary.
And that they're truthful.
And they're truthful.
Like the proper way to conduct yourself almost.
That's right. That's right. So in the case of the island situation, you can see the addiction, just to listen to the arrogant, opinionated expert, is now going to cost Mary and I quite a lot more additional time. Right? So even though the person involved feels she's being helpful, and she has been helpful in many other ways, she found the venue for us in Ireland. She's also offering her home, so has been very helpful. In this case, the addiction has rendered her unhelpful. Can you see that? Yeah. And it's interesting, that's what our addictions do. That they actually interfere with the smooth operation of things. That's what addictions do. Yeah. Okay, so should we go?
Yeah. Did you want to ask?
Elle, you want to?
Yeah, I'm just noticing with addictions, you get dumb, you get, like, everyone say dumb, but there's also this you can't hear the truth and you get arrogant, but it's like you don't see things anymore. Like, you don't see clearly. Oh, sorry, thank you. You don't see clearly, and you don't see. It's like you don't notice things anymore, and it's like really, I'm finding it quite challenging, even in our group, you know, every time, because we've got all these different things playing out with different ones of us, you know, and there's gender, like addictions between the women and the men going on, and sometimes it's quite challenging to find out just what the truth is, you know, and when you're talking about the stuff with God, you know, the lack of humility, it's like our addictions make us unhumble. So, I suppose,
they're just a product of a lack of humility, aren't they?
Yes, sorry, it's just notable how unhumble I am.
Well, you say they make us unhumble,
They don't make you.
And unhumble isn't probably a word, but they actually, your addictions are the result of a lack of humility. The lack of humility causes the addiction. Because if you think about it, humility is possible if you feel everything.
Correct.
Humility is possible, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So addictions are caused by the lack of humility.
They support you.
They support
your
the lack of humility supports all of your addictions. It's what creates all.
And that's the purpose of the addiction.
That is the purpose of the addiction, to make you lack humility.
To help you remain detuned from the feelings.
That's right. That's the purpose of addiction. So you can see that the more arrogant a person is, it's highly likely they're going to have a lot more addictions.
Or you find out how arrogant you are when there's certain things being peeled away, and then you get to the addiction that's my adored addiction.
Yeah.
And now the arrogance is different.
And the arrogance is particularly with God, because you're basically saying, God's saying this is not love, and you're saying, but I think it is.
Yeah.
Aren't you really?
Yeah.
So I know better than you.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
It's really what you're saying about, and all of our addictions are really saying that to God. Yeah. And most of us don't understand how much lack of love we have for God by living in our addiction.
Yeah.
Because our addictions are fundamentally saying, I don't love you.
Yeah.
I don't agree with your version of love. I know better. Is really what we're saying to God in that place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right,
so we move to another country.
To another country, we go to Canada.
Yeah.
So there, again, dealing, in all these locations actually, dealing with lovely people who have helped with a number of things already. So.
Yeah. And without their help, we possibly would be able to go there.
For sure. And you know, not the fellow who sent me the email with all the tech stuff in Austria, but who he's working with. We wouldn't be doing this tour really if it wasn't for the first invitation from Austria. So you know, this is not about. Hopefully, you all know by now. This is not about singling out people, because it's really just a demonstration.
What we're trying to do is illustrate how addictions can cause a person who believes themselves to be lovingly motivated to now become quite unloving in their motivations.
So then in Canada...
Do you want to sit down?
Yeah, come in and
if that chair is free. Thank you.
You can barge through any time. There's no video, so...
Yes.
Sure. I wasn't sure.
Jump in the middle.
It's so warm in here today.
It is warm.
It is warm.
Okay.
So Canada.
Yeah.
Yep, so I emailed the two ladies who have invited us there, and one of the ladies' brother has a music store, like he sells musical equipment and so on. And so I'd already informally spoken to them about getting the stuff we needed from his store. And I asked, would it be okay to hire it from your brother? And here's the other things that we need. And the email I got back was, yep, no worries to get that equipment from the brother's store, but he thinks that you probably don't need the speakers that you're asking for the purposes that you have. You don't need that much wattage, you just need a bit less wattage. But the girls, we've had a few interactions about me being very specific about what Jesus and I want. And so they have more of the feeling, they were saying, but we have stressed and he will source the other speakers if you want. So they have a feeling of, well, what do you think is happening?
What do you think? So, Art?
Somewhat of a similar situation of, from your education, they aren't going to the whole trouble of listening to the experts per se, but they are still passing on what the expert is, which is wasting your time instead of being like, no, this is what they want, we are going to go with this.
Yes, and also the fact that it's a family member
Yes.
has an additional pressure on that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like if it's your brother saying you don't really need that, that's sort of even more impactful, isn't it, than someone you don't really know saying you don't need that.
And also he's gifting us the higher of them, if you like, so he's not going to charge us. So that sometimes that plays a part too, doesn't it?
Yeah. You sort of believing we have to show gratitude, and the way we show gratitude is by sort of almost pandering to them, or like.
Yeah, not only pandering to them, but also accepting the gift they offer rather than the thing you wanted.
Yes.
Isn't it? Like sort of like, but it's not what I want. So how, I don't want to accept it if it's not what I want. Yeah. And it's easier for me to go and get it. Like we arrive in Halifax in Canada. It's a fairly, it's a bigger city. There'd probably be quite a few places I can get sound from. I could just drive there. It's only like 100 kilometres or so away from where we end up being. I could just drive there and pick up and rent it there if it's too much trouble. Does that make sense? I really need, again, a yes or a no. We can supply. I've got a limit of, so much watts with the speakers, and beyond that, we don't have them.
And then we can decide, okay, are we happy with the differential in the watts, or, what have you. But the need to say, he says that you don't need is interesting, isn't it?
I know what I need. Yeah. I've been doing this for 40 years. I know what I need.
And there's always a reason, especially we're being very specific about what we want. There's clearly a reason why we're asking what we want.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I wanted a bigger wattage was because the venue has a potential of up to 120 people. And if it turns out that during the trip, people go, we want to go to another venue, there are some venues, 2 in England and 1 in Canada, that are not fully booked out. And if it turns out that people want to go to come to another event, they're the events they're going to come to, because all the others are all fully booked out. We can't put more in them. So I need to have some kind of allowance for the fact that it might turn out that there's 100 people there or 120 people there, rather than the currently expected 65 or whatever. 65. So if it's 65, then my 500 watt speakers will do the job. But if it turns out to be 120, they're going to be difficult, particularly in an auditorium which I'm pretty sure has a wooden floor and a lot of reflective surface. You get a lot of echo and stuff, so I'm going to need to distribute speakers, and I'll need 4 of them. And I need to know these things, but I don't know them yet because we still don't know how many people are going to come to those events. So in England, for example, it's the same. We've got venues that can have up to 120 people, but at the moment there's about 70 coming along to those. So should there be any overflow from any other event, that's where they're going to go. And so I need to allow for that as a part of my presumptions. Now, if every time we communicate with somebody, we've got to tell them the reason why we're making the decision, can you see that can be very time consuming, can't it? Like, there's a difference between saying, here's a very short list of what we need, please get that for us, versus now I've got to explain all the different decision making we've done to arrive at the conclusion that this is what we need. But every time somebody emails back to us something different, in the end, that's what they're forcing us to do, to explain to them our reasoning, which is terribly time consuming, particularly by email, because you're going to go through the entire reason. It might take, if you're talking about it from a position of love, it might take 4 or 5 pages of email to explain your reasons as to what loving considerations have involved here and there and so forth, rather than there being just the feeling that, oh, Jesus and Mary would be loving in terms of what they're trying to consider for themselves as well as others, and so therefore we just trust that and do the job. Paul?
I think the feeling a bit too is like, she'll be right, mate, you know, and like if you're rocking up and you're a bit fussy and, you know, like...
Well, see, when you say that I'm a bit fussy, because you do think I'm a bit fussy,
yes,
and a lot of people feel I'm a bit fussy. Am I fussy?
Well, is it wrong to be fussy?
Well, am I fussy? Well, you think I am.
Well, you consider so much more than I would.
Just be blatantly honest, Paul.
Yes, well,
yes, you're fussy. Is how you would feel, right?
Yes.
What am I considering?
Well,
what's my first consideration? You know from your interactions with me
yes,
already,
yeah.
What are my first considerations in anything?
People?
No.
Love.
Love.
Oh,
as God
love of people.
defines it.
Yes.
Love of, no, God's love as God defines it,
okay,
is my first consideration. That's the very first thing. God's love as God defines it. And then living in harmony with that is my priority. Now, from your perspective, that makes me look fussy. But actually, I'm only being particular because I know that thing's out of harmony with love and this thing is in harmony with love. It's like when you don't follow an instruction, even if it's the smallest of instructions, right? What's the problem with love in that?
But can I just go back a step? But isn't it love of people that just consumes? You say God's love.
No, it's God's love. Love of people is defined by people. People define what love is. And what you think love is completely the opposite of what God thinks love is. And so if I react to you the way you think or you define love to be, love of people is, then I'm going to act out of harmony with God's love.
Oh, well, that's like addictively and stuff.
No, I'm just saying your general view of love is love does these things.
Yeah.
So if I define love of people as my goal,
yes,
I'm going to do what people want, which is not the same as doing what God wants. Let it tick over. And what do you feel? You're saying that love of people should be my first consideration. I'm saying it can't. It's not. Love of God's my first consideration.
Love of God.
Yeah, and God's love is my first consideration.
Yes.
That's my first one. It has to be my first one because God defines what love is. Like, you got no idea what love is. Not yet. This is why we live in the unreal world we live in, because the whole world has no idea what love is. The whole world is completely removed from God's view of love. And so if I base my functioning, my day-to-day functioning on what people think love is, or what people want love to be, or I base it on love of people as people define that, I'm going to get myself in some major problems with God. Right? I need to define my love of people on what God views love to be. So God's love is the very first thing that I'm focused on. Do I love God? You will think that I don't love you in some circumstances, and if you think about it, there's many circumstances in the past where you thought I haven't loved you, but I've actually loved you the way God defines it to be. Not the way Paul defines it to be. So, no, love of people is not my first consideration. Love of God is my first consideration. Love of God and God's principles is my first consideration. Love of God's laws is my first consideration. Not love of people. Love of people has to be guided by my love of God and love of God's laws. not by what the people think they want, but rather what God knows they want or need. Does that make sense, Paul?
A bit.
Why are you confused? Tell me why you're confused.
Because it comes back to, look, I think so, but it comes back to the way God wants people to be loved.
When the man in the first century came to me and asked me, what are the highest commandments? You know your Bible, what did I say?
Love God with your whole heart and soul and mind and everything, and love your neighbour as yourself. That's what you mean?
Say it again.
Love
God with your
whole heart, soul,
mind and strength.
Yes.
And then the second
is love your neighbour as yourself.
Love your neighbour as yourself.
Yes.
So what was the first?
Yeah.
The first thing.
Yeah, love God and
with your whole mind, heart, soul and strength.
Yes.
That's the first thing.
Yes.
If you don't do that, you are not going to be able to love your neighbour. Because the definition of love that your neighbour expects is not going to be God's definition of love. Right? So from God's definition, you won't be loving your neighbour. So I asked you in the question, what are the thing I consider first?
Yes.
And you said love of people.
Yes.
That's the thing I consider second.
Oh, okay, yes.
Not first.
Yeah.
The thing I consider first is love of God with my whole soul, mind, heart and strength. That's what I consider first. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Can you see that now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So if love of God with my whole mind, heart and strength is actually engaged, now I'm capable of understanding how to love people. Because if I define love as just loving people, I'm going to define it based on what they want or what they believe love to be. And I am going to be severely flawed because the world we live in is in the hells. And what everybody thinks is love isn't love. Right? And if I guide myself by what everybody thinks love to be, I am going to not be able to love God anymore with my whole heart, mind, soul and strength. Because I'll be disobeying his laws constantly to engage what people believe love is. Does that make sense to you, Paul?
Yes.
Yeah. So if my relationship with God isn't my first, remember we talked about this last week a bit, if it's not my first consideration, I am going to be very distorted in the way that I do everything else. Now I am very particular about the first law that I've told my brothers and sisters in the first century.
One might almost say fussy.
Very fussy about that. You understand? Now, you can call it fussy if you want, but I call it loving God with my whole heart, soul and strength. I don't want to, in any circumstance, break anything that may interfere with that love. Do you follow? Interfere with the love I have for God and God's laws. I don't want my relationship with God to suffer a fracture to consider a human. I don't want that. I want my relationship with God to remain intact, and therefore I know if that remains intact, so will my relationships with humans in terms of how I love them. Not what they want from me, but rather what God wants from me to love them. Yeah?
And this would help you not be in addiction when you have...
Even if you've got addictions.
Yes, this priority of being and loving God and being connected with God and not being in error with yourself with God.
Correct. That's the important thing, isn't it? Because if I'm in my addiction, I have compromised my relationship with God. So, in other words, the very first command that when the man asked me about which are the highest commandments, and I said the very first one is this: love God your Father with your whole heart, mind, soul and strength. Right? Yeah. And if I am in my addictions, I break that commandment.
Yes.
I've broken it. Yep. I'm now no longer loving God with my whole heart, soul and strength. And also, I've also broken my relationship with God. Haven't I? So God might still want a loving relationship with me, but I am choosing to disobey his definition of love in order to accede or agree with somebody else's definition of love, even if it's just my own. So I've got to give up the idea that my own definition of love is actually righteous and go, no, God's definition of love is what's righteous. Now, the reason why you think I'm fussy is because I am very particular about what God's definition of righteousness is. And one day you will be too. Fussy. For the same thing, right? Yeah. But the average person goes, oh, he's just being pedantic. Just being fussy now. You know, does that really matter? Right? Well, things do matter if they are going to have an impact on people. And in particular, when it comes to me speaking in a crowd of 120 people, if people can't hear, what's the point of them being there? If I have the opportunity to help them hear, love would dictate that I take that opportunity. Yeah. And that I do everything in such a way that there's not annoyances in the hearing. So, you know, if all you ever hear is when I'm speaking into a microphone is a whole heap of feedback, you know, the ringing sound that whether I can turn this up and you'll hear it if you want, but all of you just with your ears, you know, that, and that's all you could hear. Can you see that would be very unloving to people, wouldn't it? But I've also got to do what's loving for me as well. Because if I love God, I must love me the way God loves me. If I love God, I must love Paul the way God loves Paul. Not the way Paul wants to be loved, not Paul's definition of love, but the way God wants me to love you is the way I need to love you. Anything else is not love.
Does that simplify your life in a way by having that approach or attitude or whatever?
Yeah, it simplifies it greatly. When you say simplifies it, you've got to understand that you don't get a lot of things done with people the way they expect. And therefore, oftentimes, it's very hard when you're with people to get anything done at all. If you think about the world today, let's say tomorrow the whole world decided everybody who is going to work is no longer going to be paid. Because actually it's out of harmony with God's love to be paid. Which it actually is. Out of harmony with God's love to be paid. Why is that? Sandra?
Because everything that God does is a gift. So when we demand things that are not gifts, and those are not gifts when we're expected to be paid, so it's out of harmony with God.
Where does money come from?
Someone prints it. I don't know.
Well, did God make it?
No.
So God's willing to pay you in other ways, isn't he?
Yes.
With rewards? Yep, right. With rewards and things like that, God's willing to pay you other ways, right? So in other words, you know, you plant a tree, you get paid by having all the fruit that comes from it, don't you? So your reward, you've done a little bit of work and hardly any really compared to what God's done with the tree. So, you know, you plant a tree, all you had to do is get a seed that God had already made. and put it in the ground that God had already made, and watered it that God had already made, and put a bit of time in it, but God's even given you the energy to do that, so that's all you already made. And then it grew over time because God provided the sun and God provided the rain and everything else, so it grew over time. So in the end, what did you do? You just planted the seed and tended to it a little bit. It becomes a tree, and then your reward for doing that really tiny, smidgen, small, tiny thing is that every single year you get thousands of pieces of fruit from it. Thousands. You know? Anybody who's grown a fruit tree, no? You often, by the time it gets to a large tree, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, right, of pieces of fruit from that one thing. And all you did was plant it, and you didn't even, you didn't make the water, God made that. You didn't make the soil, God made that. You didn't make the seed, God made that too. You didn't make the compost you put on it, God made that too. You didn't hardly make anything. All you did was a bit of effort, and look at the reward. So it's not like God doesn't pay you. He pays you abundantly. You follow me? He's going, you did a little bit of effort, you're going to get, in some cases for some trees, 100 years of fruit now. There's trees in the Middle East that are still alive from when I grew up. In the first century, 2,000 years old, they're still producing things. It's like that, the average tree, let's say, though, on Earth, maybe even lasts 50 to 100 years if it's a fruit tree. But there's hardly anything you did and you get these huge rewards. So it's not like God doesn't pay you for your effort.
It's like God rewards the desire, really, isn't it? Because you didn't do anything, but you had a desire to work in harmony with God's laws.
Yeah, true, but God does reward your work. I'm not saying God doesn't reward your work, but does he pay you money? No. Did he create the money? No. Why was the money created? Because... Hello?
I think there's a number of reasons, but because people want to put a value on things.
Yeah.
And also a lot of people have a lot of feelings about doing a whole lot of things, and so we're using money as an incentive or a token to say, if you do this job that I don't really like or no one else wants to do, then the job will get done. So it's like an incentives barter.
Well, that's true. Initially, it was created for tokenisation of value. That's initially why money was created. But that's not how it's being used now. Some things that are worthless from God's perspective have no value whatsoever, and the huge value is placed on it.
Yeah, we value money now. We think it's a thing.
That's right. So we're creating the unreality.
Yeah, that money is actually worth something.
Has worth.
Because you can't plant it.
And how much worth does money have?
It has more worth than people most of the time.
Correct.
It has more worth than
Do you think God likes that?
No.
Of course God doesn't like that. This is what I'm saying. The whole world economic system is totally stuffed from God's perspective. Right? Because the fundamental reason for an economic system at all would be to love people, not to love money. And it's turning out that the whole reason that we're creating our money is because of love of money, not love of people. So it is completely flawed from God's perspective. So we all realise that on earth, and so tomorrow we say nobody's getting paid. That's the decision we make. How's the world going to function? How's it going to be tomorrow if that happens? So you think about it. Ella, you want to...
I reckon it'd be, I think there'd be different things, but anarchy, chaos, things wouldn't happen, people wouldn't do things, people...
Yeah, do you think there'd be garbage collection?
Nope.
That'd probably out of the window,
Yeah, immediately.
Until everyone's, literally rolling around in garbage, then they realise, the loving thing to do would be deal with that garbage. You know what I mean? In a loving manner. And, right.
People be looting and stealing stuff because...
What happens with food production?
Yeah.
How many of you have ever in your entire lives worked for 1 year in food production. Like in a place like this, how many of you have done it for a year? Food production, only food production for a year.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So 4 of us, right? In 30. The average person in the world, so 4 out of 30 in this room in so-called civilised nation, right? Probably more in the third world, they probably do it every day, right? Because they have to, yeah? But we have the advantage here of people wanting to do that for us, only though because they get paid money. So you take away the money, are they going to be wanting to do that now? Well, it's only the ones who've got some passion for it will want to do it.
Some people would still go to
And
work.
some people might still do it. So, but if you think 4 out of 30 here have actually had a year's experience in that, right? So if that is the case, what's that in terms of a ratio? 4 out of 30, 2 out of 15, 1 out of 7.5. What does that end up being? It's about 12.5%, 15% of people. 15% of the people in the Western world would maybe still go and create some food. And what's going to happen to the rest? You're going to be hungry. Not only hungry, willing to go to be violent to live. Yeah? You think within 2 or 3 days, the whole Western civilization would be anarchy in 2 or 3 days. And do you think the police force would be able to stop it? They'd be too busy trying to get the food too. They're not going to be able to stop it. You understand? This is how close we are to anarchy. We're 3 days away from anarchy on the whole. Yeah?
And like we were talking about with the addictions, because people have addictions with family or
Yep.
people they know, then the farmers who grow the food, like some would probably share,
Yep.
but a lot would also hunker down and like
Yeah.
actually do it. And
Yeah.
they're also prepared to, a lot of farmers to shoot, they've got guns.
Of course,
there's
because
all
they
of these
use them.
other emotions that come in.
Correct.
And so that everyone's going to be, it's going to become, us, we have, you don't, and then
Yeah.
there'd be a whole lot of other unloving things that are going to play out, that are already playing out, but money kind of gives us this buffer
Yep.
of illusion that
So
we've got
money
to
gives
sort
us
of-
the illusion that everything's working
Yeah,
and the illusion that everybody's loving.
and it's
But it's actually a complete illusion because within 3 days, if we didn't have any,
Yeah.
most people would be completely unloving.
well, it happened in COVID in the supermarkets,
Correct.
and people had money,
Correct.
so
So what is it going to be when people don't?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you see, from God's perspective, the whole idea of the world's economy is corrupt. And that's why Mary and I gift all of our time. We don't charge you anything. Because I know it's corrupt. So my desire is to love God first. So my desire is to live in a state where I'm not a part of the corruption. Does that make sense? And when I say I'm not a part of the corruption, anything that comes to me shouldn't be because I earned it or that I want the money from it. It should be because I had a desire to do things. You follow? Yeah. So this is why Mary and I don't charge for our time. Right? Because the average person tells us we should charge for our time. In fact, most people who come to our events initially would be more comfortable if we did charge our time, actually, which is interesting in itself. But if you look at that and you go, well, and getting back to Paul's question, if I love God and I'm like immersed in the desire to be at one with God, with the way God thinks and feels, then I can't engage the whole desire of charging you money for my time. I can't. I just can't do it. The fact that you can tells me you haven't felt that with God yet. You follow? You haven't felt that with God yet. And then you go, but what if I do that? Wow, what will, nobody will give me anything, I'll starve to death. And, well, Mary and I are not starving to death. So why would you starve to death if you did it with the right heart? Right, why would you starve to death? Wouldn't God want to help you in that regard? You're more in harmony with God's love then. See, Most of us think, oh, it's just not practical. See, this Jesus character, the man who thinks he's Jesus character, he's a bit of a, like, he's pretty anal in the sense that he's fussy and, you know, pedantic. He also lives in an imaginary world, right? Because, you know, his situation is different to everybody else's. What he talks about is very, like, impractical for day-to-day living. This is what the average person feels. Even the average person who comes along to our seminars feels this. And I'm going, but what God defines as reality is reality. It has to become reality to me. Right? Because everything else, everything that God hasn't defined as reality is not reality. It's all fake. It's all manufactured. It's all an illusion in the long run. It's real. You're living in a real illusion though. Right? And for the majority of us, from God's perspective, we're living in a total illusion. We're living in an illusion. We live in an illusion about economy. We live in an illusion about safety. We live in an illusion about all these different things because we're not putting our God first. We're not loving God with our whole heart, whole soul, whole mind, whole strength. We're not putting God first in our lives because we believe it's completely impractical. But actually, it's the only reality there is. So, you can all do that in your day-to-day life. You can. You choose not to. Right? And you choose not to because you don't believe God's reality. It's quite simple. You don't believe that what I'm teaching you is God's reality. So fundamentally, you believe you know better than I do, and you know better. If what I'm saying is what God is saying, then you also know better what God is saying. Fundamentally, most people believe that. Well,
so this is a choice you made at some stage in your life.
As soon as I realised God existed in the first century. I felt it in my heart, yes. God existed. Yes. As soon as I realised God existed, that was it. God's the only person who knows what's real. God's the only person who knows what the truth is. God's the only person who has all the information. God's the only person that is loving. You know, in terms of God's definition of love. Once I realised that, it was like, my relationship with God has to be the first thing. If I want to live in harmony with the universe God created, it's the only logical thing for me to believe. If I know God exists, right, that's what I had to sort out first. If I know God exists for certain, then everything else doesn't make sense. Only what God knows makes sense. So that's since then, I became the fussy, pedantic person you know me to be.
So if we lived in God's reality,
yep.
we would never charge or expect anything again.
Correct.
And everything would just be a gift.
Everything would be a gift, wouldn't it then? And like, so when I plant a tree and it gets fruit, I just think, oh wow, it's like a little tiny piece of effort that I put into that. And look at all the things God did to make it all come real, to be real. And I'm benefiting from it for years and years and years. Like, vegetables are not so amazing as fruit, in a way, or nuts, are they? Because vegetables, you do have to plant them usually every year, and you get seed and you have to replant those every year.
Well, but if you let it go to seed, it
often it reseeds itself, but it goes to seed every year. But with fruit and things like that, the tree is providing it year after year after year after. To my mind, it's one of the most remarkable things, and it also tells me that's what God wants me to eat. because the thing that's the most plentiful and the things that require the least effort surely should be the things we eat the most. So that's why fruit and nuts are my biggest part of my diet than the other things. For that reason, it's more in harmony with God's reality, what God provided. See, and I say these things and people go, oh, that's really like drawing straws now type of thing, you know. But once you're connected to God, these are the things you will feel. You'll feel all of these things. The same goes with the money situation. The same goes with work. Now, the real difficult question is, how do I do it in a world that expects completely the opposite thing? Well, that's a tricky thing that you've got to work your way through emotionally, you know. It is. And I've had to work my way through it emotionally, you know. And what's happened in the past was I started to work my way through emotionally, realised I need to make a change. I made the change and I went broke. I spent all my money and there was none coming in. And there was nobody, you know, I was teaching people, but nobody thought to give me a gift of something, food or clothes or something, money to buy those things. Nobody thought to do it. So then I had to address the fact that I couldn't continue teaching unless somebody done it. I had to talk about it with people. So if you look at our past recordings, you'll see there's many times when Mary and I have had to sit down and say to a group of people, this money thing, you know, this gifting thing needs to be addressed. Because if you can't feel in your heart the benefit of receiving a gift on your own part and then want to give a gift in return, then it really does demonstrate how lacking in love you personally are. So we had to address that as well, and everyone then thought, oh, all he's doing is asking for money. Which I wasn't. But it is an issue that had to be addressed. So you will have to address those issues with people. You will have to do the same thing at some point. And most of us don't want to. So this is one reason why we don't live that way. It's because we don't want to have the necessary emotions, and in other words, we don't want to be humble. We don't want to have the necessary emotions and go through the necessary experiences and address people's unloving behaviour towards ourselves, because we think, oh, they'll just think we're being selfish or something. Well, do you think I'm very selfish? You got to be honest.
No.
No? Right. When you first met me, though, you didn't know, did you? No. So how did you work out that I wasn't very selfish? How long's it taken? It's taken a while, hasn't it? Right? Why? Because you've got to see how a person acts over time to see whether they're motivated by selfishness or not, don't you? Yep. So that's going to be the same with you. When you start doing this, there's going to be a delay where people are working you out. Where they're going, why did Phoebe do that for me and she didn't ask me for anything? Is that because Phoebe's got those ulterior motives? What does she want from that? This is what people have done with me. They're going, yeah, I think he's got these ulterior motives. In fact, I've had many emails come to me saying, you know, you should be charging people because all it does is it demonstrates you've got an ulterior motive, you're trying to manipulate and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to live in harmony with my love of God. That's all I'm trying to do. But if you want to believe that, that's up to you. I can't change that. All I can do is do what I know to be right and see what... And over time, even those very people who sent me those emails now donate to me. At the beginning they didn't, they criticised me. But now some of them donate to me, right? Because they know what they said initially wasn't true. Right? It's going to take time for people to see that your relationship with God is the most important thing. And that the way God loves is the most important thing of what you want to, how you want to love. It's going to take time for people around you to see it. It's not going to be something that can be instant. Yeah. Because, you know, people start from a very mistrustful place. And you can understand why. The world, look at the world. There's a lot to mistrust in it, isn't there? You're getting lied to in the world every single day of your life. From the time you're born almost, lied to by your parents, and all the way through your school years you're getting lied to. You know, because they're presenting as truth things that are not even true. So you're getting lied to. And then by the time you become an adult, you've started the lying and continuing the lying yourself. But on top of that, you're getting lied to by the media, you're getting lied to by the government, you're getting lied to by society, you're getting lied to by every single profession who doesn't know the truth, which is every single profession. You're getting lied to in some way. So of course it's hard for you to trust that somebody's not lying to you, right? And when somebody is saying, oh, you don't need to pay me, you're going, what's he up to? You're even more suspicious, right? Because this is how you've been taught to think. Everybody's lying to you somewhere. What's the hook? What are they trying to do? And this is what people are going to think of you when you try to do it. Exactly the same. And you're going to have to address that, right? But this is what we can do. We can do that. If we have our relationship with God as our primary thing, we'll want to do that. Because you'll want to love people the way God loves those people, not the way those people expect to be loved. Shall we have a wee break? Yeah, because we need that.
I was telling Jesus I thought I was going to have to get him to like loosen my belt. I was like, this belt, no, I can't do this belt. And I went to the I was going to say, just
We're trying to work out a way for Mary to be able to have like a dresses and stuff like that.
Is that your one belt you're bringing for your dress? This is my one belt. I'm not very good.
Aside from putting a strap around the leg or something.
Yeah. It's not.
What about those, those straps you do have? What about on your, I suppose your arm or something?
They cut off the circulation after a while.
Yeah, they are.
That's why I don't like belts either, because my waist is like quite small and high, and then my diaphragm.
And they're also not built for
must be a
this
short
heavy
waist.
pouch. But we had to get these pouches because our mics are all 48 volt powered.
Yeah.
And you need a pack that's actually got 48 volt on it.
Yeah.
And all of the standard packs that you can buy, even the digital ones, don't have it. So it's only these SKPs that actually have it.
And our old transmitters have them as well, didn't they?
No, these new mics don't work with our old
We didn't use
stuff.
these at the last.
No, because you were plugged into the mixer immediately. We used the,
That's right.
the 48 volt power.
Not at the AG. I thought we were using these at the AG.
Yeah,
No,
no.
these
No, it's-
they're so nice.
Yeah, so since we got these mics, which are very good mics, they have nice, clear, a lot of clarity in it. They're very good for editing. So we're trying to focus on, if anybody needs to edit, we get good microphones for them.
So much nicer. Since from the sound, it's just
Well, it's probably, we just need to check. Yeah, well, it's the same person. No, it's mine too, so you really do need it on it. I put it on an angle. So I put mine. Yeah, but you just got to be careful with it. So,
Hey.
still learning to drive the SKPs on there.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel quite right, but you can't put it on your back because otherwise you leave back.
Yeah.
You can't leave them dangling because these little things have got such thin wires that if you pull on them,
So is it damaged?
yeah. These headphones are like 1900 Australian dollars.
They're worth it though. They're so good.
Expensive, yeah.
Expensive.
Sorry?
What sort of batteries got to get in that?
2AA or a lithium ion, but we use AA's because it's easier when we travel. No, just AA's. Yeah, apparently. They have a voltage multiplier on there to get 48 volt, yeah. Feel back or no?
No.
So Mary, do you need like a belt that's specifically designed to hold?
No, I just need to get some belts because I just don't really have belts.
Sure.
And you know me, I'm all the dresses all the time, you know, and it's like my fashionista is suffering. Yeah.
Mary's getting
My inner fashionista is like, Charles, I don't like it.
With me, I can just put my shirt over it.
Yeah, and he looks great, doesn't he? Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's one of the new ones. David's.
Belts are kind of annoying though. I wore one today and I haven't worn one for years. And I was like, whoa, the amount of restriction you feel with a belt. I mean, my pants did stuff all day.
Don't tell me this stuff. It's like
I'm sorry, but I'm not.
I'll never hear the end of it from Mary tonight.
There's a reason I don't own any belts.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think about, do we stick it down the back of her neck, but it's a pretty heavy sort of.
It's fine.
And
I'm
it
already
pulls
adjusted.
on all your stuff too.
Yeah, it's a better
You just
belt.
gotta
I
do
can
it.
see
We're just
the
gonna do
merit
this,
of the belt.
Yeah.
No, I get it,
But yes,
Yeah,
I
it's
do
restrictive.
agree. I'm not a belt person.
If we're right near the mixer like we are here, we could actually wire it if we wanted to.
The
But
only
then
other
you've
thing
still
you could
got-
have is
But then you've got to
some kind of
disconnect and
pocket.
mute every time.
Yes.
You could have you could just
Have a pocket.
look like you got one big breast. One big square boob, little dangle. It might not look so good in photos.
There's no video. Yeah.
No video. The way things are going. We let everybody know they can use their mobile phones however they want probably. Because this system actually is really good at ironing out a lot of mobile phone signals and everything.
Because of the
antennas and everything.
That's very good.
That's one of the reasons why we set it up the way we have. So that people can just bring their mobile phones in and whatever.
Do whatever they want.
So they can record, you know, or they can take photos and whatever.
Elsa's going to be our photographer, aren't you?
I look forward to seeing your photos, Elsa.
Yeah. So we were talking and about what? Yeah, we're still talking about living. You remember we started the conversation off with how addictions are playing a part in our life, interfering with our relationship with God. And so, and as we've gone, you can see every addiction is out of harmony with God's love. And anything that's out of harmony with God's love is going to interfere with our relationship with God, naturally. And so when it comes to things like even the addiction of earning money is even out of harmony with God's love. Because they are addictions, actually. And so at some point in our progress, you're going to have to deal with it if you want to continually have a growing relationship with God. So like in the first century, I started out earning money. I did. When I was like in my teens, I worked with my father as a carpenter and a builder. And my father built people and we got paid. Our family got paid and I got paid. But after a while, I realised that it wasn't in harmony with God's love. So once I left my father's work employ, which I was about 8, probably close to 20 by that stage. But once I left his employ, I also decided I was no longer going to work for money. So I mended people's nets down in Capernaum, and I didn't charge anything for it. So of course I got all the nets initially, because they all thought that I'd repair them all for free. But after they were saying, well, I don't have anything to eat, and they said, well, we'll give you something else. So what happened was, over time, the people who were the fishermen, and I didn't eat fish, by the way, in the first century. So, some of them had fruit blocks, and you know, like John and James, who you know as John the Apostle and James. Their father had a fruit box. Zebedee, his name was. He had a fruit block, and they had grain and everything else. And they used to give me grain or fruit or whatever for mending their nets, right? But I didn't expect it. They just gave what they could. So I got to the stage where almost everything in my life, by the time I was 25 in the first century, everything in my life came from gifts from others, because I gifted my time in everything I did. So I still worked. I made furniture still, during that stage, and I mended nets and other things like that. So I still worked, but I did it for free. And people realising my motivation eventually gave me what I needed to live. I was gifted a little flat, you could call it, I suppose, in Capernaum, to live in. It was above somebody's shop, and that's where I lived for quite a long time, actually, until I met Mary even. So a lot of what I had was just gifts from others. Yeah. So a lot of people don't know that about our life in the first century, but that's how we lived. Nikki?
In that stage of your life, were you teaching at that point as well? So
Yeah.
you were teaching about God's truth at that time as well?
Yeah.
So before you became at one with God,
Yeah.
you were still teaching?
Yeah, I was. I started teaching after I had the bad event when I was about 18 or 19, where the people tortured me almost to death. It took me nearly 4 or 5 years to recover physically, and during that time I had a nice man who I lived in a cave up in the hills surrounding the Galilee, and one of the man who looked after me brought me food and things like that was the local synagogue. He was a local, you could say, priest of the synagogue, and he basically cared for a lot of my needs. So in a lot of ways, I felt that I wanted to do some work for him once I became better as well, and I did. And he's not a person mentioned in the Bible, but actually he was one of the first people who became at one with God in the spirit world.
No way.
Past, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Because we had many discussions, as you can imagine, during that time. Yeah. So that's how I lived. And then once I became well again, then I could care for myself, obviously, and everything was good. Yep.
So when you had that choice and decided to just gift your time and your things,
yep.
Did you have to go through the emotions though? So, like I've experimented with this.
Yeah.
And
it's tough, isn't it? It's tough.
It's tough. Like yeah. I used to think having £30,000 in my account was I'm struggling a bit.
Yep. Yep.
And now, like multiple times in the last 5 years, I've gone to nothing.
Yeah.
And I've freaked me out.
Yeah.
Panicked. Yeah. Feeling just all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And I was like, what am I going to eat? What am I going to do?
Right,
I don't want to be homeless.
That's right.
And stuff. And I had to go through like destitution and that kind of feeling.
Yeah.
Feeling like I'm nothing.
Yeah.
I still got those feelings.
Yeah.
But like, God...
Can you see, if you deal with the feelings, things will change. See, that would tend to indicate to me that the feelings are not dealt with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel they're not dealt with otherwise.
Because it's still a feeling.
Yes, and just when I was talking, I could feel like I was feeling sad about that.
Yeah.
But the question is, like, is there can you go? Is there like a transition point you can do?
You have to be really sincere about dealing with the feelings.
Yeah.
And that's where I see most people fail when it comes to living in harmony with God's principles on a lot of issues. The only way your soul gets in harmony with God's law is by your soul letting go of the feelings that are in disharmony with God's law. And that's not an intellectual thing, is it? It's going to have to be an emotional process. And when it comes to things like finances, there are lots of emotions involved, lots of emotions. There's lots of issues of worth in most people when it comes to money. They sort of see themselves as having worth when they have money, not having worth when they have none. There's also a lot of issues of responsibility involved, because you still need to work. See, a lot of people go, well, if I'm not going to get paid, then I'm not going to work either. And that's not the principle, is it? The principle is, I'm going to work and provide for myself, but I'm not going to charge people for what I do. I'm not going to expect anything from people for what I give them. Yep. Now, to do that requires you also shifting through a lot of emotions as well, like expectations from people, value. Do you value the gift given in your time, even if nobody else values it? See, for me, like I've been teaching Divine Truth now, and not yet in a state where I'd like to be, but I'm teaching Divine Truth now for 15 years or so, more maybe, in this life.
For 15 years.
Yeah, so 17 years, 18 years, and during that time, I've wanted to live the way God, as I said to Paul, my love for God, with my whole heart, my whole soul, my whole strength, I'm going to follow these principles, no matter what. Now, of course, I've got some addictions still, right? When I say of course, they're not many of the addictions you have, because otherwise I wouldn't see yours. But I have some, just not what the average person has, right, at this stage. And so I've still got to work through them. But I still want to love God with my whole heart, my whole soul, my whole strength. There are things that I would like to be different, like in my life, but my love for God says, no, I can't do that. Does that make sense? Sometimes I would like to have a bit more money. Like I would have liked to maybe 5 or 10 years ago have a place where we could build so God's Way could move into our current house now. But given the circumstances, just not possible. Somebody gifted us some funds to build a house at one point, Catherine, and I said to her, well, I don't know if I can, because we really need to share God's truth more, and that money needs to go towards that, really. Recently, we made a decision with God's Way that, do we put building our own place first or building a centre where we can teach first? My love for God says the teaching place comes first. Does that make sense? And then down the track, I'm sure we'll sort out a place, And in the end, Mary and I know that we'll probably travel a fair bit and probably need a place in lots of different countries in the end. But we've got no idea, how that's going to happen. We don't have any money to do that. And so at some point, you've also got to come to trust God, that living God's way, you'll still meet your desires. And that there's a lot of emotions in that. There are lots of emotions in that. The average person gets to the sort of destitution phase, and then they go, I can't bear this, I've got to do something about that. Physically do something about it, not emotionally do something about it, is the issue. We need to learn to do things emotionally. Now, what I've found is that most people don't do the emotional thing until they're in desperation.
Yeah.
What I've now learnt is it's far better to do the emotional thing before you get to a point of desperation.
So is that a case of imagining, you put yourself in an imaginary position?
Yeah, imagining a position can help you a lot. But also, just examples of that in terms of my own experience have been things like, I know that I've got a certain problem, whatever that problem is. So let's say, I know I've got a problem, let's say, of pandering to a woman's feelings for security, let's say. Because that's certainly something I had, like in my life before I've changed, I wanted to be the provider of the household and everything, right? So I went out and worked, and I worked hard, as Tristan will tell you, quite often he didn't even see me because I worked hard and things like that. It's just because I felt providing for the family is a good thing. I need to do that. This is something that a man does. I had all these addictions involved in all of that, of course, and so that's what I did. Now, as I worked through the addictions, I realised I've got to stop this, got to stop that, got to stop working so hard, got to stop, and so all the way through my 30s in particular, I spent a lot of times adjusting my life when I recognised a new thing, adjusting it. Now, at that stage, I didn't really have an established relationship with God either. Mm-hmm. That really only came about in my 40s. It was more principled driven in my 30s in terms of what I need to do. But every single thing I did was a challenge. It was a challenge, and I had to work through emotions. And what I found was, through that experience, is oftentimes I never worked through the emotion until the case was desperate. So an example of that was I had nearly $4 million worth of loans that I had to repay, and I had $6 million worth of property that had to be sold in order to repay the $4 million worth of loans. And I realised that I needed to repay the loans because it wasn't right for me to have loans. So once I realised it wasn't right for me to have loans, I decided I have to repay all of these properties. But the problem was the market was depressed. And as it turned out, my properties wouldn't sell until I was in desperation and crying about it every time. So I went through, and this went on for nearly 3 years, and I had 13 properties that had to be sold. It took me nearly 3 years to sell them all. And every single month I was paying out like $25,000 in interest. So that was just the interest every month. The interest rates were high, and I was trying to sell these properties. So in the end, I finished up selling them, and I just got enough money in each case to pay the debt. So I didn't actually end up making a profit. I was expecting to make a profit. So I had to feel about that as well. About, the goal was to get rid of the loans because it wasn't right to continue to have them. I wanted to sell at a profit, so I had some buffer, but every one of the properties would not sell until I cried about it. And then they sold. And it wasn't until I processed something emotionally that I could even get anything done. Make sense? Yeah, question?
But it sounds like it was a process though. So it wasn't like...
Yeah, after a while I realised it was a process God was taking me through to let go of things. That makes sense? I had cars, 3 cars, I sold them all. I finished up riding a push bike. So that's how I got around. I would go shopping my push bike, my backpack. Sold everything in my backpack. Do that twice a week.
You were going to give an example though of doing things preemptively rather than...
Well, no, what I'm saying is, what I learnt through that process is that it was, for me, what that process also taught me was the average person on earth waits until desperation before they deal with anything. Because that's exactly what I did. Waited until I was desperate before I dealt with anything. They wait until they're sick before they deal with something that's going to cause an illness. They wait until they're destitute before they deal with something that's going to be sorting out their financial situation. They wait until, a relationship is breaking up before they try to solve the breakup and what's going on. They wait until they have to, till they're forced. And then this caused me to think a lot, right? And I realised there's no desire in being forced, is there? There's no desire in it. It's like you get to a point and you go, now I'm desperate, I've got to do it. But that's only because you're getting forced into the position. It's like, I'm dying of cancer now and I've got to deal with the emotion that caused my cancer. That's the mentality, isn't it? The thing that I'm dying of, or the thing that's desperate, my relationship's breaking up. Now I've got to deal with the fact that I've treated my wife badly. My relationship with my children, they're becoming demanding little brats. Now it hurts me because they're demanding all my time and energy and effort. Now I've got to deal with it. Not before then, but when it's desperate for me. And then I realised, wow, it's so selfish. It's just so selfish that we wait and wait and wait and wait until the point of desperation. And then we go, please God help me. Oh, why isn't God helping me? Oh, I want to know now. You tell me. We think we find somebody who can educate us and we go, now I demand your time to tell me. And this is all a continuation of the selfishness, you follow? And I realised, look, the average person, this is what I was like. And I was a person who was quite self-reflective. The average person does this on automation, And so I'm going, okay, there's no desire in that. And once I, was feeling about my relationship with God, so by this time I'm 40, I'm thinking about my relationship with God, and I'm going, for it to work, there's going to have to be some desire in it. There's going to have to be some passion on my part in it. That also means that for me to deal with my addictions, there's going to have to be, if I want to do it while I'm on earth, not just do it when I'm forced. Because if you do it with your force, it's going to take you, on the average, probably 300 years to deal with your addictions, if you're forced.
You mean through the law of compensation, grinding you down?
Yeah. On the average. Some people take longer, up to 1,000 or a couple of thousand years, and other people shorter, but probably the average is around 300 years or so, if you're forced. And also, if you're forced, there's no heart in it, is there? It's sort of like, oh, I've got to do that, now I've got to do that because I have to, go and do this, I've got to do that because I have to, Oh, Mary's forcing me to deal with the fact that I treated badly, oh, I suppose I better do it, because otherwise I'll lose Mary, None of them are good reasons, are they, really? And then I realised, well, if I really want to do things God's way, I have to get to a stage where I want something before I'm forced. I want to deal with the thing before I'm forced by a circumstance to dealing with it. Now, to do this, to do it properly, I'm going to have to discover the thing that I need to deal with as much as I'm possibly able to, and then I need to put my energy and time, and particularly my emotional work, into addressing it. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to first recognise what the problem is, and it might take years to recognise a problem. In my case, it has taken me oftentimes years to recognise the problems. It has. And then I'm going to have to put some emotional energy and thought and time into actually developing a desire to deal with it to the point where I want to deal with it, and then actually taking the time to deal with it. And that has to become a priority in my life. Now I'm driven by desire to progress, not by pain.
So, emotionally, what was your number one goal? Was it to have the relationship with God? That's what drove your sincerity, right?
Yes. Of course, there are times when there's things you didn't even know about, and all of a sudden you're starting to feel some pain in your body, or you're starting to feel like constricted somewhere emotionally or physically, or you're starting to notice a relationship, not working very well, or friendship not working very well, or something like that. So there's these times in your life where you do start to realise something that you didn't realise before. Now, of course, you can't address anything you don't realise. You have to first have a realisation in order to address it. So you can't you can't do this with things you don't realise yet. You have to come to realise them. But one of the things that I started to realise after I started developing my relationship with God is that God wants to tell me what they are. And also the law of attraction is quite obvious as to what things are. So this caused me to make more notice of the law of attraction and also pray more, so that I could hear, be more emotionally open so I could hear what God's saying is a problem. Does that make sense to you? But also want to know it and want to hear it, but then also looking at my attractions, what I attract. The law brings me attractions based on my condition, and I need to look at those attractions. What are those attractions? And this caused me to look at things and go, so over time, this is how I've recognised that I don't have enough love of self, for example, because initially I thought, I didn't even think of it, to be honest. Didn't even think of love of self as a thing. But over time, the way people would treat me was usually quite bad, even though I shared my time and energy and effort and very rarely treated them badly. Often they would treat me quite badly, and I'm going, well, why is that happening? There's, you know, and then I started realising I don't have enough love of myself in these situations. So this has caused me to realise something that I didn't know before, right? And then, because of my relationship with God being number one, I want to deal with it now, not put it off. You see, you think of the average relationship, for example. Let's say Mary and I are in a relationship and we're married, which we are, of course we were married 2,000 years ago or so. And let's say Mary says to me, you're doing this thing and it's really annoying me, it's really frustrating me. Now, of course that doesn't mean that she's right, does it? Because I've got to now go, okay, Mary's raising this issue. What does God think about that? Because my love of God and my love, whole heart, whole soul, whole strength, is about God first. So what does God think about what I'm doing? And then usually if you pray about that, it becomes very obvious very quickly, what God thinks about the thing. So let's say every time Mary discussed something with somebody, I undermined her. Let's say it was that. What I do then is I go, right, Mary's raised an issue. What does ethics say? Well, if I was being undermined by Mary all the time, how would that feel? So that'd be one thing I consider. Okay, yeah, that wouldn't feel good. When do I undermine Mary? Is it all the time? Well, if it was all the time, that's not good. Because there's times when she must be doing the right thing, and if I'm undermining her all the time, that's not good. When I say undermining her, criticising her actions in some way or something like that. And then I go, also, what is my motive for criticising Mary's actions? If my motive is to change Mary, then I'm out of line, because Mary has her own will. She's got to change herself. So my motive to change Mary would be out of line. That would be out of line with God. So I first check all the boxes about all the things I already know, that I've already learned. And then when I still can't find the answer, right? So in this time, obviously, I'm still praying, but now I have to focus more on my prayer, because now it's something I don't know about. Now it's something that I don't know whether she's right or wrong on. And therefore, I don't know whether, I know it's hurting, or she feels hurt by it, but I don't know whether she's right or wrong with regard to her feelings. So now I've got to ask. Now I've got to find out from someone else who's in a more loving condition than myself. And from my experience, the most reliable person, of course, of that is God. So you got to ask God, well, what's going on? Now, usually the answer comes to be miracle. Yeah, you're wrong. Okay. I'm wrong. So now I've got to work out how I'm wrong. I've got to develop a desire to know how I'm wrong. Because it's one thing for God to say you're wrong, which God can do quite clearly, very clearly actually. It's another thing to know how. And even for you want to know how is another thing. So I have to develop a desire to know how I'm wrong, right? So, this is the kind of thing I'm I pray about that a lot. I talk to Mary more, God's told me I'm wrong. Mary obviously can feel I'm wrong. So what does Mary feel about it? Does she, when she has the feelings, what does she feel? What does she feel the feelings are? Might be in me or whatever. I need to go through all of that as well. I need to do all of this as a process of self-reflection. Now, Mary may raise that thing, and just as a very offhand, minor thing. Now, the average person in a relationship, when their partner raises a minor thing with them, the average person does what? Just completely
dismisses,
ignores it. Yeah? And the only time the average person in a relationship listens to anything is when it's desperate. Right? Now, I've learned through this prior experience is that, okay, waiting till desperation is selfish. And I'm definitely wrong then. I'm definitely wrong if I'm waiting to solve an issue by getting to a point of desperation. I am definitely out of harmony with God's love then. Because if I'm in harmony with God's love, I'd want to solve it. I wouldn't want to delay. I wouldn't want to put it off.
And I have a comment there, like, I understand what you were saying about desperation, which is sort of the way most people experience desperation. But it also feels to me that once your desire, your loving desire grows, you don't have to have, you sort of talk about responding to external pressure and feeling desperate. But if your loving desire really grows, or your sincere desire grows, it feels desperate even when there's no external pressure, doesn't it?
Not really.
Or
no.
like it feels urgent, is
urgent,
that the right word?
urgent
That's
is the
what
best
I
way
mean.
of putting
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Not desperate, urgent.
Urgent.
It's sort of like, no, this is an issue of love that's out of harmony inside me. And to my mind, if I recognise one, it's urgent, I address it. I need to address it, right? And sometimes Mary and I have got a lot of pressures and different things going, like with the prep for this trip, but you're gonna have to put a priority on dealing with the problem first, right? So quite often I say, we need to get a couple of days away from people. I need to deal with this problem, this problem that I can notice in myself that needs to be addressed. Because if I don't, it's just going to get worse, right? And I don't want it to get worse. I want it to get better, right? So it's very important that I have a sense of urgency in at least developing a desire to deal with it. Right? Most people do the opposite of that. They go, oh, it's just another thing to worry about or think about. Can I just delay it longer, like, can I put it off for longer? Now, as you've probably realised in your own life by now, for the majority of you, if you put something off longer, does it generally solve itself? No.
It gets worse.
It just gets worse, yes. So obviously we haven't learnt that lesson yet if we keep putting things off, right? Procrastination on a problem is one of the worst things you can do with a problem, because it's just going to get worse and get worse and worse and worse. And to the point, see problems often start as spiritual problems, then they turn into emotional problems, and then they become physical problems. So if I can recognise the spiritual problem, then the emotional problem won't develop. If I deal with the problem emotionally, the emotional problem won't develop. And if I can recognise the spiritual problem, I will never have a physical problem. Ever. Right? Make sense? Ivana, you want to ask? So just here.
Hang on, am I supposed to hold it here? So, what is the difference between a spiritual problem and an emotional one, though?
A spiritual problem is a problem associated with a lack of love. So it's to do with love, truth, humility, or faith. That's a spiritual problem.
But isn't that also an emotional problem?
Well, it's caused by emotional problems, oftentimes. But in itself, it doesn't have to be. So an example of that is a Mon and a man have no emotional problems. And they began their problems, right? They made decisions, not based on emotions, to actually go against God's law on purpose. And many times, by the way, many of you do that. Many times you don't have a problem until you make a spiritual decision to go against God's laws. And then the problem starts manifesting itself. So you can actually have no emotional problems and still create one by actually creating a spiritual problem first.
Just by choosing to do something out of harmony with love, do you mean?
Yeah, correct. Out of harmony with love, truth, faith, or humility, yes, you can cause problems. Obviously, out of harmony with law. That's the real principle, isn't it? Because God's laws define how your body works. They define how your emotional body works, if you can call it that. Your spirit. They define how your spirit body works. They define how your soul works. So if any time you live out of harmony with those laws, things are going to break. Things are going to break down. And one of the things we've got, if we can come to terms with the fact that if I have a spiritual problem and I can solve it, I won't develop an emotional or a physical one. But the trouble is, right from our childhood, we've been educated to accept spiritual falsity, to accept spiritual error right from our childhood. So the problem is we've been indoctrinated and brainwashed.
I think I'm still finding it difficult to understand the difference between a spiritual issue and an emotional one.
Well, I would say most people on the planet are finding it difficult to understand the difference. But if I can define a spiritual issue as every time you are out of harmony with love, right? The problem is, from childhood, you've been indoctrinated as to what love is, and that is completely different to what God's view of love is. So that's the real problem. The real problem is, how do I separate what God's view of love is from what I think love is? Right? Our spiritual problems begin by having a difference between what God's view is and what your view is. That's where a spiritual problem begins. So an example of that is, most of you believe that in a situation where somebody feels uncomfortable, you should make them comfortable. Now that is a spiritual problem in you, because actually their feelings are their feelings, and from God's perspective they need to have them, and it's not your role to make somebody else comfortable. You can give the gift of providing comfort to them, but providing comfort when they demand it would actually be an unloving act.
And I personally feel responsible for other people's emotions, and I also feel like I've got the opposite of that, where I feel like other people are responsible.
Should be responsible for yours too. That's right. And these are definitions of love. You could say they are spiritual problems that began in your childhood, and now you're acting in them emotionally. So because the belief says, if somebody's got a problem, I need to fix it, or if I've got a problem, they need to fix it. That's the belief. Because that belief exists, I'm going to act in a certain way emotionally in the situation. But if that belief didn't exist, can you see you wouldn't act that way?
But from what you were saying before, do you mean that I could choose, like even if I didn't have that belief?
No, you can choose to deal with the belief.
Oh, no.
So let's use that example of Anna. So you've got this spiritual problem where you believe I'm responsible for other people's emotions, and other people are responsible for me, for mine. So there's the spiritual problem, and that's going to have to change, and it's going to have to change emotionally. But if you look at your life, there's other emotional problems now in your life, aren't there?
That are caused by that.
That are caused by that spiritual problem.
Hang on, can you give me an example?
Anger. Lots and lots of anger. You know you have lots of anger, and it's very hard for you to deal with.
Yeah.
You judge the anger, but also it feels to be never ending.
Yeah.
Even now you're feeling angry hearing this.
Like, do I?
Yeah. Oh. But anyway.
But all of your anger, you could call that's an emotional problem. It's bad for your relationships. It's bad for you.
Friendships.
Your friendships. Bad for how you feel at home, sitting there, work. All the interactions you have with yourself and others is all flavoured by this anger based on that spiritual problem.
But the spiritual problem began first.
Yeah.
And then the anger comes afterwards.
Oh, I'm just finding this so hard for some reason.
Yeah,
because most people find it hard because they don't want to believe that their emotional problems come from their spiritual problems.
Because you sort of feel like, oh, I've just got this thing with anger, but you don't really want to solve the cause of it, the spiritual problem.
Yeah, for some reason I'm just really having a hard time with the spiritual part, separating the two. It's almost like
well, can you see if you didn't have those beliefs, you wouldn't have your anger? Can you see that?
So the beliefs.
If you didn't have the belief that other people should make your feelings go away for you when you feel uncomfortable, can you see you wouldn't have any demand on other people to do that? And therefore, when they didn't do that, you wouldn't be upset.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you wouldn't have this angry feeling coming out of everyone, take it away.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't also feel resentful, like, oh man, I just feel like I'm always doing things for other people and I'm trying to make them comfortable and I'm sick of it.
And the alternative also is, let's say, Ulf has a demand on Ivana. If you didn't have a feeling of a belief that you had to now pander to the man who was demanding, can you see you wouldn't pander to him? But also you wouldn't be angry that you did afterwards either,
because often you're angry out, there's another emotional problem you've got from having the spiritual belief that I have to pander to the demanding man.
Yeah, but then it gets tiring and you get
And so
exhausted.
you end up with an additional problem, which is, I resent men. Actually, I'm blocked men. I hate men.
Yeah, men
Stuff
demand this from me all the time, and they're
Yeah.
bastards
Yeah.
because they demand it from
They're
me.
just all like it. They're all like it.
Yeah.
It's
And
nothing
it's
to do
true,
with
many
me.
of them are.
Yeah, but you don't see the spiritual problem, which is I don't have to meet the
I don't
demands
have
of
to
men.
do it.
Well, it's really interesting because with my work, so as a disability support worker, I've noticed that like when I'm around other support workers and we're all working together, sort of for a bunch of other, clients with disabilities, it's like whenever any of the clients will say something, I feel like I've got to respond like straight away. But I've noticed that other support workers, they just won't even answer anything.
That's right. This is what I'm saying is the injury is playing out in the spiritual problem is playing out in all of these emotional ways everywhere in your life. But if you could deal with the spiritual problem, all the things that happen emotionally would all disappear. Right? So then the real question becomes, well, like, if I can deal with the spiritual problem first, then I've got a good chance of resolving a lot of emotional problems that result because I didn't deal with the spiritual problem first. But see, the majority of people on earth don't think this way. And it's taken me, like, you know, in the first century I realised this quite early because I didn't have a lot of addictions. Now it took me 40 years, like I said, to come to the conclusion again in this life, I need to be dealing with my spiritual problems, not my emotional or physical ones. Right?
I'm still stuck on that.
I know. Because what I see from most people on earth is they want to deal with the physical one, so health issue, want to deal with that, don't want to see how it got created, don't want to change their behaviour that are driven by their emotions, don't want to do anything, they just want to solve the physical problem. This is why the average person takes medication, because it's a physical solution seemingly physical solution for a physical problem. And then they don't have to take the effort to deal with the spiritual or emotional one. They get away with it. There's the illusion, of course, of it, because like I've seen so many people die of cancer since I've known them, and that's because at the end of the day they didn't want to deal with the spiritual problem. And it's got nothing to do with anything else other than refusing to deal with the spiritual problem. And so, what I'm saying is the process I went through, Ivana, and it is a process you will have to go through too, if you want to have a relationship with God in particular, is that you come to realise, I need to be able to know what a spiritual problem is, and I need to be able to deal with it somehow. I need to be able to deal with it somehow. And if I can deal with that with gusto, with passion, with desire, first, I will never have an emotional or a physical problem. Right? Now, like I said, that's tricky initially because you've been brought up to view your current spiritual outlook on life, which is all based upon your definition of love, is completely flawed because you've been educated in a flawed system. So the flawed system began with your family, but not in your family like your mum and dad. I mean your family like generations ago family. You know, like hundreds of years ago family. It began back there for many of us, and it was continued by your education as a child, your actual like school education. It was continued by the education from society, by your job, by university, if you went to university. If you didn't, it's continued by your work life and everything right till you got to this point. And the entire thing of it, the entire structure is flawed with regard to love. So it is understandable that now you don't really know what love is, isn't it? It's really understandable given that background. But do you want to know what love is the key.
Well, if I answer that, I feel like no.
That's right.
That's why you're finding the conversation hard.
That's why you're finding conversation hard. Because the reality is a lot of people go, I'm sick of the whole... Like, when we start discussing problems, the average person goes, I just want you to solve my physical one.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel like with
Yep.
my arthritis and stuff. Like
Correct.
I've felt so because it's just continuously getting worse and worse.
Of course.
And, you know,
Which it will continue to do.
yeah, and like I've felt what you described before about, you know, coming to this place of, what did you say before? Like,
Desperation.
yeah, the desperation.
Yep.
So sometimes I'm in that much pain, I
You're
find
desperate.
it, yeah, and it's like I still don't feel like I believe in God, to
No.
be honest. So, but I will be like angry towards God, the God that I don't believe in, because I feel like I've been, you know, praying about what's causing it, but I'm obviously not listening, or maybe I'm not even getting shown because I don't really want to. I don't
You
know.
don't want to know the spiritual problem.
Yeah.
The issue with love.
Yeah.
And this is the average person on earth doesn't want to. This is why the pharmaceutical industry is one of the main industries making huge profits. It's because they've learnt that most people on earth don't want to solve the problem in a truthful manner, and they don't want to have to go through the effort of doing so. So what we're going to do is we're going to provide a drug that numbs them to the problem, and they provide the drugs that numbs people to the problem, but they all cause lots of other problems.
Yeah, well, I haven't been taking medication for mine, but it's getting to the point where my hands are becoming so
Seizing up and
deformed
painful,
that and like even my toes and stuff,
Yeah.
and it's really stressing me out
Yeah.
because like if I don't know, I've had doctors tell me, like they're warning me about, you know, how if it's almost like the medication is not going to reverse what's already happened.
Of
Well,
course.
that's what they say.
Well,
and
it's
then
true.
It's just going to slow down the progression of it.
That's
so
true. It's going to numb you to the progression of it.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of the
And
medication.
it might act in a small way on your physical body.
Yeah.
But because the spiritual problem is still there,
yeah.
And the refusal to address the spiritual problems.
And the ongoing emotional problems as a result of the spiritual problem, the physical problem, it's just like acting on the very end thing.
The physical problem is inevitable.
Yeah.
And partly what's stopping your progress is you haven't yet dealt with the God issue. Because if you dealt with the God issue, you might have actually started going, there are spiritual problems.
Yeah.
See, if you don't deal with the God issue, then you're the arbiter and controller.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you're the person who controls your own life.
Yeah.
See, a person who deals with some spiritual problems gets to the point where he reckons that I don't control my own life, God does. In the sense that God has defined the laws that I live by. And if I'm out of harmony with those laws, which I can choose to be, I'm going to have problems. And at this stage, because you don't really believe in God in your heart, you don't really believe that there's somebody who's made a law. And you don't, you see what I'm saying?
Okay. So
you don't
I
really
can
believe there are spiritual problems.
Sure. So I can just do whatever I want, sort of thing.
Sort of thing, yeah.
And if you've got a problem, you've kind of got to
You've got to solve it.
Well, yeah,
And if you've got a physical problem, there's no such thing as a spiritual cause.
Yeah, and it's a really crappy place, like, because
Of course.
like, I just feel really terrible because I feel like whenever I pray to God, or because I just don't believe that God exists, it's almost like I'm just praying to nothing.
Well, you are, because you've got to resolve the does God exist question. And so my suggestion would be, Ivana, forget about your physical problem for a moment. Resolve the God exists question.
Well, since I came last week and you were saying there's, what did you say? There's so I keep forgetting what you said, but there's so much proof that God exists, and I've been praying since then. I'm like, show me. How do you prove? Because I'm like, I don't believe it. You know, if I look at nice plants and stuff that's outside, I think, someone had to have created them, designed them, and animals and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think I really do need to
spend more time on that issue.
Yeah.
Now, if you spend more time on that issue of resolving that question, then you'll come to realise shortly after that actually spiritual problems exist. And if spiritual problems exist, you can ask questions like, this is what I did in the first century. I asked God a question about, okay, I see people like they're blind and they're lame, and there's like back then there was a lot of leprosy and things like that where their skin was getting eaten away. These people were in such bad shape physically, and I'm going, what's the cause of this? Given I know God enough, by that stage I knew God enough to know that God only creates a perfect thing. So how does it come about that a person's own flesh is falling off?
Well, and that's like with working with people with disabilities.
Correct.
Like
Yeah.
I've been thinking back to some things that you've said in like previous seminars and stuff.
Yeah.
Not that I can really remember them that well, but it's like I find it really interesting how, like, even families, they can have multiple children with, they might have had 3 or 4 children, all with similar disabilities, and yeah, I don't know, and I feel like.
And why does that happen to some families and not others?
Yeah, and then.
So there's obviously some scientific link.
Yeah.
And this is, and if you discount the spiritual and you discount the emotional, scientists have been looking physically for these links for years and years and years and years, and in the end they've come down to, it's genetics, right? But why does sometimes then that's not true? For a proper cause to be found, it has to be consistent, and the fact scientifically this is true. It has to be consistent. If it's not consistent cause and effect, then obviously the cause isn't the cause. And so most people, because they want to discount God's existence, they want to discount God's laws exist, they want to discount there is spiritual problems, they want to discount even that there's emotional ones. Now, the only way they can solve any problem is by looking at something physically. And it's very rudimentary. It's like I often think of the world today, people are so enamoured in the world today by science. They think, wow, we've progressed so far, and isn't it amazing how much we've progressed in science? And, we've got these devices we carry around on our wrist even now that you can talk in and store things in. And, you've got devices that monitor your heart rate and everything while you're walking and how many paces you've done. And, there's these devices everywhere now, and I think technology is amazing. And I go, it's so rudimentary, this technology we have today, because it doesn't address anything emotionally or anything spiritually. So it is bound to be rudimentary. And as a result, you look at the problems we have today. Cancer is worse now than it's ever been per population. Mental health issues are the highest per capita than they've ever been. Breakdowns are the highest per capita than they've ever been. And physical illnesses, for the most part, there's new physical illnesses being diagnosed that have never been diagnosed historically, and not because of a lack of indications, because for the most part they didn't exist. Why is it that the world is getting so sick when we've got so much tech? And it's not because of 5G or anything like that. It's not because of the tech. It's because the tech isn't surrounding anything to do with our emotional or our spiritual welfare. It's all about the physical. The focus on the physical is intense. The whole reason why you're not really sure whether you believe in God or not at this stage is because your whole life you've been educated God doesn't exist. No spiritual, in other words. Look, you think of your family, no spiritual. The beliefs are no spiritual. They don't even believe there's laws like universal laws. They believe there's government laws because I've grown up with them, but there's no concept about there being universal laws that govern your body, universal laws that govern your life, universal laws that govern your soul. They don't even believe a soul exists. So how can you believe there's universal laws governing it if you don't even believe the soul exists? The problem with all of this is now I'm looking for the solution to my physical problem with a physical solution. When the problem, and like what I've just said, all of my physical problems, every single one of them, including me growing old and dying, is a result of a spiritual problem. Now, if I'm chucking away the whole spiritual problem as a concept altogether, not even considering it at all, how am I ever going to discover the cause?
You're not.
You're not.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, that's
and
right.
it's like my my dad's partner Kim. She's also got arthritis, but hers is a different type.
Yeah.
And she's always trying to give me advice, but she's got
Physical advice.
yeah.
But also, Ivana's saying she's got the same problem.
Yeah, she's got the same problem.
Yeah. Now, isn't that interesting? Attraction.
With my dad's partner, do you mean?
Yeah, you're your dad's
Daughter.
daughter, your dad's partner, and both of you have a similar problem.
I have nobody else thought that probably thought about that before.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, see, if it was me in this position, I'd be going,
Maybe something to do with
there's
dad.
got to be
So
something.
it doesn't matter that it's
It depends.
a
Is
different
hers
type of
osteoarthritis?
No, so hers is rheumatoid. I've been told mine is psoriatic arthritis, like related to my psoriasis.
Yeah, but
No,
all
it's
forms of
similar.
arthritis have similar causes.
Sure.
Obviously slightly different given the types of arthritis, but for the most part they've got similar causes. So what do you feel when you've got arthritis?
Very angry. Like
Well,
it-
that's not. I'm saying in your body, what do you feel?
in my body, like as in when I'm moving around. Do you think?
Feel
Or-
pain?
Yeah.
Do you feel
Yeah,
aches?
pain,
Do you feel
like stiff, very slow to move, like initially at least.
Restricted, under control, isn't it? Isn't that what you feel?
Yeah.
Something other than you is controlling you.
Other
Your body's controlling you, and you're not controlling your body. Your movement is restricted, is it not?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Like, I can't run.
It's like you're in a
anymore.
prison.
Yeah.
Inside of your own
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
You can't do the things you would like to do.
Yeah.
Your body is creating a prison for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd go back emotionally now and go, well, that's an interesting thing. My body is exhibiting a case where I can't move my body. So it's like my body's putting me in a prison now. Emotionally, what might I feel emotionally that I'm ignoring that would cause my body to exhibit this particular problem?
Well, I feel like.
Ivana, I don't want to hear your stories.
Sure. No.
What? No. Can I say?
Yeah.
I'm putting these
Yeah.
things to you
To ask myself.
to ask yourself.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep. So this is a part. It's an education process, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is say, okay, I've heard from Jesus. This guy who thinks he's Jesus, because obviously if God doesn't exist, he's not Jesus, right?
Or Jesus is just like whatever.
But this guy who thinks he's Jesus is telling me there's spiritual problems. He's also telling me there's emotional problems, and he's also telling me there's physical problems, and he's telling me that these physical problems come from emotional issues, and the emotional issues come from spiritual beliefs. That's what he's fundamentally saying to me. So discount the fact that he says he's Jesus, which makes him a bit crazy. Is there a possibility, right, that there is more to what I can see in the world and what I know in the world, physically, that is causing my problems? And if there is, how would I investigate that? How would I go about discovering? Now, one of the things I just said is an important part of the discovery, and that is, okay, the girl who's with my dad has got the same problem. I'm my dad's daughter. I've got the same problem. Well, there's a good indicator of, that there's something, like the girl who's with your dad, she hasn't got a genetic issue with your dad. You do, because you come from your dad's line, so part of your genetics is your dad's, but she doesn't. She's not related to your dad.
But your dad.
Well,
is
hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Just being silly.
Well, if she is, it was way back, like probably 100,000 years ago or so, whatever.
But your dad is attracted to her, or he was at one time attracted to her.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
there's things in him that he likes there to be in a woman. And you
that are in you, and
that you obviously his child, and you would have felt from him, what makes a good, how do I get Dad's approval? And obviously there's things that he prefers.
And this woman obviously feels the same.
And that's why he's attracted to this woman, because she has some of those things.
Yeah. And maybe those things are what causes you to feel in a prison.
And restricted.
Does that make sense? And restricted. But what belief in you causes you that you have to, like, fundamentally do something that Dad feels is right to do? There's got to be other things going on there as to why you believe you've got to do what Dad wants you to do, or what Dad believes is right to do, right? Because now it's in you. The belief of what he thinks is right is now part of what you think is right, right? So is it that belief, and I'm saying it is that belief, that is causing the emotional restrictions in you, that cause you to do the things you do emotionally, that then cause you to exhibit a physical problem? Because the belief is the issue of love that isn't solved, and that belief, while it exists, will drive you emotionally, and those things that you do emotionally are going to actually cause damage to your physical body. That's what I'm saying. Now, the average person on earth doesn't believe that, of course, but that's why nobody's solving their problems, right? Because the average person on earth doesn't believe it. You know, what I see happening on earth is every person who's ever had arthritis has never, they've managed it, but they've never cured it, right? Every person that has cancer, the only time they cure it is when it gets removed. Like physically, operation, cut, taken out. Very rare to see a person who doesn't have that happen not die from cancer, right? Very rare. So why is this? It's because we're not seeing the spiritual problem. Yep. Now, for Ivana to believe there's a spiritual problem, she's going to have to resolve the God issue. Yep. And that somebody else defines love, not Ivana. She's going to have to see that at some point. Somebody else defines what is right and wrong, good or bad, or what is loving, in other words. And it's not Ivana. It's somebody else. You follow? At the moment, Ivana wants it to be Ivana. Can you see that? You do want it to be Ivana. And to be frank, the average person on earth wants it to be themselves too, you know. So unless I resolve that issue, and this is why in the end, a lot of our problems come back to the God issue, right? Because in the end, if God exists, and this is my thoughts in the first century, this is exactly what I thought. If God exists, then God knows the truth about everything, right? And if he does know the truth about everything, all I need to do is ask him. And then I'll know the truth about everything.
And that's pretty hard when you don't believe that God exists.
It's impossible.
Like that's been my problem. It's like I've been trying to pray about something, but then
that's right.
Because I don't believe God exists.
Unless you've fundamentally resolved that question, you are going to be consigned to dealing with your physical problems in a physical manner. And that's reality.
Yeah, and that doesn't even work anyway. Like,
well, this is what you're finding.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. If we talked about this 15 years ago when you didn't have arthritis, then you might have felt differently, right? You might go, I can just ignore that. But now that you do have arthritis, the physical problem is so intense at times that it's causing you to ponder whether you're right on the subject of God or not.
Oh, you mean that because I feel like God doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
But now you're having to contemplate, is that true? Like, what if God does exist? And what if Jesus, this guy who says he's Jesus, is saying is right? Like, what if my arthritis comes from a spiritual problem? Because I've tried all the physical things and they haven't worked. So perhaps I need to start addressing something that I haven't addressed before, and that is the spiritual issues. And your spiritual issues begin with one thing, and that is, does God exist or not? Right? And there's a number of others here, actually, who have their spiritual issues beginning with the same thing.
Yeah.
And so it's not an uncommon thing. There's many people who are Christian who don't believe God exists, by the way. They think they do, but emotionally they don't believe, right? So belief has to be an emotional thing, not a physical thing, and not an intellectual thing. So it really is about how do I emotionally resolve whether God exists or not, and how do I emotionally come to feel God does exist is really the question, isn't it? There. Yep. If you don't resolve that question, you're going to go to the state where you go, okay, if God doesn't exist, then basically I'm my own lawmaker. And if I'm my own lawmaker, then I just got to choose to do what I think is right.
And that's what I do.
That's what I do.
And even when I have some sort of feeling that things are not right, I still do them anyway.
That's right. That's right. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I go, no, God is. I know God exists. I can feel God. I know God exists. I also know God has laws. I want to live by them, and I want to. And like I said to Paul, for me, my whole heart, my whole soul, my whole strength, my whole life is dedicated to that goal. And I know, and from experience now too, obviously, but I know that by doing that, the rest of my life works out as a result of that. But that has only come about by me first, many years ago, 2,000 years ago, over 2,000 years ago, resolving, does God exist? I had to resolve that first.
And that must feel like a pretty different place to be in, to have that in your heart, because I often feel like such a cold person, almost like I don't have a heart, not just towards other people, but I don't know, just because I feel like God doesn't exist, so it's just with me trying to imagine what it might feel like for you.
Well, it's really good because there's a number of things it feels like, but one of the things is that God is certain about everything. And what I've learned in my own life is, I'm so uncertain about a lot of things when it's just me trying to work something out by myself. You can look at any situation almost and there's 10 different possible answers, you know what I mean, like what to do. And for me, it's sort of like, well, you do the most loving one now. So that simplifies my life a lot. What is the most loving one? That's the one I do. And if none of them are loving, I don't do any of them. That's sort of the approach I take now. But if I didn't have that feeling of certainty, I'd be looking at every problem and I'd be confused and I'd be distressed, probably most of the time knowing myself, and knowing how much I think about things. And, I'd be worried all the time and concerned and still not working out what to do. At the end of the day, I'd probably end up being quite a big procrastinator, probably.
That's like me.
Well, I understand, because it'd probably be how I'd end up too if I didn't have a direction that I could be certain about. Then what's the point of taking any direction is sort of how I would see it. And so, it helps me out with a lot of areas of my life as to what is the right thing to do in any situation. But it has only come about by resolving those fundamental questions. That makes sense for that? Yeah. I think that's a good time to pause and have another break, shall we? Yeah. It's interesting when you visit Europe because everybody thinks driving for an hour and a half or something, it's like the end of the world.
We're not very sympathetic, are we?
Not really.
Yeah. You haven't even hit a major shopping centre to drive for an hour and a half in any direction here.
And then you get a sign every 20 minutes in England, tiredness can kill, take a break.
I can understand why they do that, but it's sort of like...
It's just Australians we're all tough about driving, aren't we?
Yeah, like I lived in a place once where just to go and visit my parents or something, or to go to the nearest big shopping centre was 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
Port Lincoln to Adelaide. So,
Just one way, do you mean?
Sorry?
One way?
One way, yeah.
Yeah.
And Phoebes, you lived in like.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, the Docker River, you've been out there too, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been.
Sort of like a 5-hour drive to get to Uluru and you get like a little IGA.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah, and then another like how many
to Alice. Yeah.
So Al, did you do for groceries and stuff? Did you just
We'd stock up.
Yeah.
We'd go to Alice like once every,
month or whatever.
maybe even less, 3 months.
Oh, fresh fruit.
We go to Uluru, Uluru IGA. You can get like some lettuces and stuff, you know. So once a month we'd do that, and then once every 3 months we would go to Alice.
Oh wow, that's a really
So you just, you do have to be
There's
organised.
a long way in the Pitland area there too.
Yeah.
There's everywhere through there. So. And it's also very slow going for the most part.
Yeah, the roads are like rubbish.
Yeah,
You've got to have like a troopy to get anywhere.
Yeah, we sometimes you would drive a 4-wheel drive and like all of a sudden one wheel just disappeared out the hole or something. And the whole thing was down to the axle and then you had to get it
so
out.
many like cars just all left on the side of the road all the way from
I've even had broken jerry cans from punctures just from rubbing together and it's so rough.
Yeah.
I remember one 20Ks took me 9 hours to do.
Yeah.
It's full on. Is it still like that now, do you reckon?
Probably.
It's like Cape York when we did that when I was a kid. It was like mega, you know. That was.
Yeah.
But these days there's a highway.
Yeah.
Getting bigger too.
Is it?
Yeah, they're just forging up there. I don't know what's going up the Cape.
Oh, okay.
Down up there.
Wow.
Big wide road.
Wow. We'd like travel for a whole day and you'd get like 40 kilometres, 20 kilometres, you know. That would be.
I didn't see the sea until I was 10 or 11.
Oh.
Because you just didn't like travel 4 hours every time you went somewhere.
And the rivers are so beautiful anyway.
Yeah, you swam a lot.
Swam a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much spent every weekend down there. Wondering what next thing my father's going to do to injury stuff. Okay, so we were talking about, from the thing we were talking about at the bar, we were talking about, obviously, if we don't believe God exists, then obviously our belief in a spiritual problem is going to be pretty much, we're not going to believe in that either, are we? So, and also, if we don't believe God exists and we don't believe sort of emotions are governed by law, right, because they are, but the average person on earth doesn't believe they are. If we don't believe that, then of course we're also not going to be able to address anything at its cause with regard to how emotionally unstable or stable we are either. So the net result of all of that is we'll focus on just the physical. And if we focus on just the physical, we'll be consigned to what scientists discover physically, which is always going to be a limited subset of what they could potentially discover if they realised there was a spiritual and emotional. So that's an issue when it comes to our love issues, isn't it? Because if we look at the love issues, every addiction we have is not generally physical first. So you examine even the so-called physical addictions, like let's say a person drinks too much, like drinks too much alcohol. Even that is driven by an emotional reason, isn't it? And this is well recognised, isn't it, in society today, that a person who drinks too much is driven by emotions to drink too much, right? Now, a lot of times they believe those emotions are unsolvable, so they call it a disease. Alcoholism, a disease. But that's because they believe there's no such thing that governs, like law, there's no such law that governs emotion. You see, if they realised there was a law that governed emotion, then they'd realise that, if I deal with the emotion, then maybe I won't have the so-called disease. right? But of course they don't think that way, and so they focus more on the physical. If you look at smoking, smoking tobacco, for example, the desire to smoke tobacco when you know it damages your body is obviously an addiction. And in society today, they call that, I'm addicted to tobacco. Don't they? They even say that. But they don't recognise there's laws governing addictions. And therefore, they don't know how to solve it. So what they do is they create a patch. And sometimes whack that patch under your skin or on your skin, to give you the nicotine fix. But of course that doesn't really solve the addiction because you've still got nicotine. I don't know if you know, but the tiniest little bit of nicotine can kill you if you take it in a concentrated dose. Do you know that? Yeah, it's actually one of the most highly toxic poisons on the planet, actually, nicotine. And yet people are ingesting it every day into their lungs, which of course are the most sensitive of almost all your organs. They are the things that you breathe air in and out of, to get oxygen and so forth. They're a very sensitive organ, your lungs. It's the only organ that really doesn't have a buffer to the outside world, interestingly enough. Does it? It's there as an organ, and you're actually absorbing whatever's in the air is going into your lungs. So it's a very sensitive organ, and yet we're ingesting these highly toxic substances. We've got to have emotional reasons why we're willing to do that. Right. And yet most people don't extend that. Yeah. Water dripping. Oh, okay. And there's emotional reasons why we do that. And those emotional reasons, if we understood there were laws governing them, we might be able to solve the problem, even on an emotional level, but most people don't do that. So when it comes to our progress spiritually, can you see, a lot of this gets back to what I was discussing with Paul about, doesn't it? About the desire for God, the desire for the relationship with God, the desire to love God with my whole heart, soul and mind and strength. Of course I can't do that, as Ivana has properly raised, I can't do that if I don't believe in God. But if I resolve the belief in God and eventually come to that stage, then that will drive every action decision that I make. And if it does, now I can say that I live in God's reality, which, by the way, is the only reality. Right? And what we have here on earth is very interesting, because aside from the trees and the plants and the animals and the atmosphere and the earth itself, everything else is a manufactured environment from people, who are all living out of harmony with God's reality. And the more I distance myself, interestingly enough, from the natural environment, the more out of harmony with God's reality I will become as well. And you can see why. Right? And the majority of the earth nowadays is distancing themselves more and more from the natural environment. More and more people living in cities, more and more people living in just the human creation, right? And so we are distancing ourselves more and more and more from the natural environment. And as a result of that, we're also distancing ourselves more and more from the proof that God exists, interestingly enough. Because the natural environment is the thing God created. And that's what contains the proof of God's existence, partially. Of course, you can also prove God's existence by actually feeling God. That would be another way, but that's a way most people don't attempt. And if you look at that, you go, wow, isn't that interesting? The very thing that could guide my life in a very direct, harmonious way with the universe is the very thing, I'm talking about, the natural creations of God, is the very thing that the average person is disconnecting more and more from. Which of course means that there's a higher potential of us disconnecting from the source of those things. Yeah. So it's interesting when we talk to some of our spirit friends, because some of them who lived a life very connected to the earth, very connected to the environment all the time. They had to, because that's the way they survived in many cases in history. And as a result of that, they never felt a disconnect from God, even though they didn't understand God. They didn't understand God's laws or anything. They never really felt a disconnect from the fact that God, their creator, existed. But nowadays, in our environment now, you've got 8 billion people and a good solid half of them are living disconnected completely from the environment. And as a result of that, naturally you can see why people are also disconnected from the source of the environment. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that wasn't what we were going to talk about today.
No.
But, I wanted to give the example again. This conversation, remember, started with some practical examples of how our addictions play out and how love sort of gets destroyed in the process of our addictions playing out. Yeah. Ronnie, you want to ask?
I guess I want to know, like, how do you know that disconnect and the connection there? Like, I've been pondering this issue with God, like, does God exist? But,
yep.
You know, kind of like, or praying to God, and how do I know it's God actually communicating with me and so forth?
Well, can I say first, Randy, that the dealing with the issue about God's existence is a fairly complicated issue in a way, because we have a lot of emotional reasons why we would not want to believe it.
Yeah, realising this after you were just thinking, I'm
that
like, well,
sense?
my control issue is like a huge thing. If I'm not my way and want my control, that's like a huge block to even wanting to know if God exists.
Or even if you don't want to deal with your fear.
Yeah.
You know, these are, you see, the human brain in particular is very adept at creating alternate explanations and beliefs.
Which are really excuses.
So that you don't have to deal with something and feel something emotionally. In other words, so you don't have to be humble. Right. So what happens is, let's say I've got an issue that comes up that I don't want to deal with. You know, there's many examples we could have, but let's say it's an example where I'm pregnant and I don't want to go through the pain of giving birth, right, for whatever reason. Now, can you see in that example, if I tell myself there's no God, and I tell myself there's no spirit world, and I tell myself that the unborn child is just a massive cells, and I tell myself there's no personality there and there's no, you could say soul there, and I tell myself these things, can you see it's very easy now to contemplate getting rid of it? Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah. I can tell myself a series of things because it supports what I want to do. Now, when it comes to the issue of God, telling yourself God does not exist lets you get away with a lot of things you would otherwise perhaps not contemplate getting away with. Yeah. It does. It helps you go, if God doesn't exist, then there's no universal law. Therefore, I'm the arbiter or the lawgiver of my own life. I only have to do what I want, right? If I tell myself God doesn't exist, I can say, there's no, just let me have a, there's no fundamental guiding governance over me and my actions and decisions. So fundamentally, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, with whomever I want. Now, if you think about it, What I've told you is that's exactly the decision the very first human couple made. Even though they knew God existed. But you can see that once you've told yourself that, those beliefs in themselves cause you to not contemplate whether God does exist. They basically cause you to ignore what I would classify as fundamental facts. An example of a fundamental fact that gets ignored is design requires a designer. That's a fundamental fact. Your body is one of the most intricate things that it is, in fact, the most intricate thing that exists in the physical world. Your body is. It's the pinnacle of God's physical creations, your body. Your physical body, I mean. So that physical body has huge amounts of design in it. It's so complicated that the most advanced people today studying the body don't understand it. Right? Now, that level of design must require an intelligence beyond our own. Because if it wasn't beyond our own, we'd understand it. We'd understand how it worked. But the fact is that we don't understand how it works, so the intelligence that designed it must be beyond our own intelligence.
Because I've been like, well, okay, I can intellectually reason with that, and
Yep.
I can intellectually reason, but in my heart I don't understand how then that there is a God that actually created all those things. But is it really just, I'm really making an excuse because I want...
Yeah, see, why? To confront the issue of whether God exists, I've also have to confront all my own desires to be my own lawgiver.
That's what I was going to say to Ravana earlier. You can pray all you want for evidence of God, but if you're quite invested in God not existing,
exactly,
it's the same emotional process that you have to go through to remove those investments.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise, God could be knocking on your door and you'd be like, "You're not there." Yeah.
I prefer to believe you're not there.
No. So even if you see the nature, if you see all these things, you're still going to be like...
This is what I mean. There is so much evidence around us of God's existence, and yet the majority of us ignore it completely.
Yeah.
And we have emotional reasons for ignoring it completely. Yeah. And those emotional reasons are very much related to the issue that we want to be our own lawgiver. We want to be our own boss. We don't want there to be law that governs us. But the problem with that is we then disrespect the laws that govern us to our own detriment. You understand? So we end up with physical problems, emotional problems and spiritual problems, all because we desire to disrespect the law, because we disrespect there's no lawmaker, so we're disrespecting the lawmaker. We're also disrespecting his laws. And so now we go, well, now I'm the only lawmaker, so I'll do whatever I want. And then the net result of that is we break those laws, and it's only living in harmony with law that creates happiness and disease-free life. Right? So because we choose to neglect the spiritual, all of these physical problems come about. And we choose to neglect the spiritual because we don't want to get into line with something. We don't want to have to accept that somebody actually has made a law about this, and that if you break it, there's going to be pain and suffering. We don't want to accept it. It's happening because we have pain and suffering, but we don't want to accept that it's happening. It's still happening because the reality is it is God's universe and it is God's law, and it's going to keep happening. Right? The reality is that it's going to keep happening, but we don't want to see it's happening. We don't want to even acknowledge it's happening. And the net result of that is that we have strong tendencies to want to disbelieve in there being a God. We want to be non-believers. Right? Now, historically, the only thing that has caused people to be believers is family pressure. And all of you have experienced it one way or the other, right? Now, when I say, for those of you who are non-believers, well, family pressure has done that too, right? But if you think of the family pressure of a religious faith, you get excommunicated if you're not a part of that faith. Then the family pressure, most people go, oh yeah, I'll accept the faith, but do they believe God exists? Well, I would argue no, because their lives are proof that they're not seeking God first with their whole soul, mind and strength. So that would prove they don't believe God exists, because it doesn't make any sense to believe God exists and then to not seek him. Do you know what I mean? So if you're not seeking him, it means you don't believe him. If you really believe God exists, you would seek for that relationship, because you'd understand he knows everything. What a wonderful thing. If he knows everything and I have a relationship with him, he might share some of those things with me. And if you believed in love, you would know that a loving person would share things with me for free. That's what they would do. If they knew something that we didn't know, they would share it for free. So that's what, if God's loving and he knows things, he would share it for free. Yep. Always in harmony with his law, but for free. So he's not going to demand a penalty from you in order to give you some truth. He's going to want to share it with you. It just requires your own openness, doesn't it, at the end of the day? But you're dead right, Rani. When it comes to belief in God's existence, you've really got to boil down to this underlying human condition, which is, I want to be my own lawmaker. In other words, I want to do what I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it, with whom I want to do it, and I want to get away with that, and I don't want there to be any penalty for doing that. That's how the average person on earth feels. Yep. Which is the reason why we've got so many problems on earth as well. Yep.
Thank you.
Ange?
So this problem of wanting to be our own lawmaker, this can exist for people who already do know that God exists.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
When you say no, I would say if they really felt it, they wouldn't do it. Yeah. But so they might intellectually believe God exists, and they sort of look at all the evidence. They go, oh, there's plenty of evidence, and I do think God exists. And they might have been brought up with a religious faith, not like many of you who have been brought up as atheists, but they've been brought up with a religious faith, so they sort of believe in their mind that it exists. But if you really felt it, you wouldn't go, I'm going to be my own lawmaker after that, would you? No.
So you can even have the emotion that you would like for God to exist.
Yes.
So in your case, you have an intellectual belief in God, and you also have the emotional feeling, I'd like for God to
exist. And I've received God's love as well. I still want to be my own lawmaker.
Well, I would suggest that...
I have.
Sorry?
That's obvious to me that I've wanted to be my own lawmaker.
Yeah, but you've got to start looking at why am I so stubborn at some point, you know what I mean? You've got to start going, well, I've even received love from God under certain conditions, which I'm not repeating, obviously, because I want to be my own lawmaker. Yeah. But why would I want to be so stubborn?
Yeah, there's lots of reasons.
There's no reason. Yes. They're not reasons, they're excuses. Yep. Which are all selfish.
Yes.
Yep. And if you think about it, the first sin of humanity was the selfishness, wasn't it? Really. It was like, I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it, with whom I want to do it. Which is basically saying I want to be selfish. Not understanding that selfishness causes so much pain and suffering. To yourself as well as to others. Yeah, so these are fundamental things that we need to resolve, and these are spiritual problems. So one of the things that I feel that a lot of people, like I've been presenting now, what many of you I've known for 10 years or more, and probably been presenting for more than 15 because I met Mary 15 years ago. Most people at a fundamental level don't understand the need to love God with your whole heart, soul, mind and strength. So this is something that we need to discuss more. If you think about what we had planned for the assistance groups, there was one group called Loving God. And substantially a lot of our problems boil down to the fact we don't love God. We want God to love us, but if we believe in God at all, we want God to love us, but we don't love God. Yeah. Pardon?
A Christian once said to me, Jesus came down here to save us from God because we had such a bad impression of wrathful, avenging God. And I feel like my parents, my father, when we say God and God is He, I think of my father. Yeah. And that's a real barrier.
Of course.
Actually opening up.
Yeah, of course. Of course it's a barrier. But again, it's an emotional problem that begins with a spiritual one, doesn't it? So what's the spiritual problem of believing that God's like your father?
Well, you just reject.
Sorry?
You just reject God. You're not going to...
No, that's not the cause, that's the effect. I'm asking for the cause.
He's asking, why do you confound God with your father?
Why do you believe God is like your father?
Because he was my God when I was a child.
Because he set himself up as your God.
Yeah.
So at some point you've got to realise that and go, my father's not my God.
His was a false authority.
His was a false authority. Yep. At some point you're going to have to emotionally disconnect from your father's authority. And you haven't done yet. This is why...
demanding God as well. You know,
Sorry?
He's very demanding.
Your father is, yeah.
Yeah,
of course. And so we have a tendency to believe then that God's like that. This is one reason why most people don't want a relationship with God, because they feel God's just going to be a bossy, autocratic, just like my dad was when I was little, or my mum and dad were when I was little. And so a lot of people have a lot of injuries related to that. But you remember, one of the things we've taught you already is you're going to have to deal with your family injuries in order to have a relationship with God. And this is one reason why. Because they define the spiritual nature of God. Now, right? It's a false belief. It's a spiritual problem. A false belief is a spiritual problem. And the false belief is God's like my dad. Right? Therefore God, as you know, once you believe God is like your dad, now you're going to go, therefore, God's autocratic, God's bossy, he's punishing, he smacks me when I'm unruly. You know, you're going to believe all of these things about God that are just really about your dad. Yeah? And it's a very important process to go through, disconnecting your dad and your mum from God. You need to go through that process because everyone has injuries in that regard. Whether you're religious or not, there's going to be injuries there. When we talk about law, it's the same. For most of us, our family law was the law in which we grew up with. So when I talk about law and God's laws being loving, you go, what? I thought, no, any law was pretty unloving because most of your family laws were arbitrarily decided upon by an unloving parent, one, father or mother, where they said, you're doing this or else, and you ask them why, what do they say?
Because I
said so. That's right. And so you end up in this again, another illusion, believing that anybody who sets themselves up as an autocratic authority is going to be unloving. So when we talk about God being the authority of the universe, you automatically presume God's unloving. Yep. There's also other things to do with it spiritually. There's like what you define freedom to be is interesting as well, and how that impacts upon your beliefs about God. See, the average person says, if God truly loved us, he'd let us do anything we want. that's how a lot of people feel when they're families. They feel like if mum and dad truly love me, they'd let me have done whatever I want to do. And I'll learn one way or the other from that experience. Well, that might sound all good, but actually if you do anything you want, there's a high likelihood that your brother or sister is going to be harmed by what you do at some point. So when does your freedom start curtailing somebody else's freedom? Now, obviously, love would mean that there has to be some measure of that, you know. And so this whole concept, freedom without consequence, is also something that's going to have to be challenged as a belief system inside of you. You're going to have to challenge that because it's out of harmony with love. There should always be consequences for unloving actions, always, because without it, your next door neighbour won't be free of you.
Yeah, when you talked about logical a few weeks ago, you know, it's like that's the logic. If I am doing whatever I want, people can also do whatever they want
to you.
Yeah.
Correct. And when you start contemplating that, you go, well, you know, it's like I'm willing to maybe, you know, have an abortion, let's say. I'm willing to have an abortion. Well, that means somebody could have chosen to abort me. Well, when you start contemplating that, you go, well, that wouldn't have been very good because I wouldn't even exist now. So, you know, you would easily see, wouldn't you, under those circumstances, there must be something wrong with those thoughts. But most of us don't go that deeply when it comes to considering spiritual issues. We just don't. We go, I want to have an abortion because I can't bear the father of this child, or I can't cope with it by myself, or I've got 25 other definitions of why, and so unless I work through those definitions, I'm going to choose the unloving act, and that's fundamentally because in the moment I'm selfish, right? And that's a spiritual problem. Being selfish is a spiritual problem. It's not a physical one, not an emotional one. It's driven by emotions, but not an emotional problem. It's a spiritual problem. So this is what I love about God's truth, is that if you really develop a relationship with God, you'll realise that every problem eventually reduces to the fact that it's a spiritual one. And that every one of the spiritual problems that reduce to being a spiritual problem, the spiritual problem is a lack of love in every case. That's the spiritual problem. And so if I can address the issue of a lack of love, then obviously I'm going to become more loving and have less problems. But not only will I have less problems, but everybody who associates with me will have less problems. Because they won't have to deal with me being unloving anymore. So they're going to have less problems too. And like we said earlier, there needs to be an urgency to that. Not, I'll put that off, I'll put that off, I'll put that off. And what I notice for many of you, there is no urgency in you. You keep putting off your problems, you keep putting off your sin, you keep putting off addressing it, you keep putting off dealing with it. You keep wanting what you want. And the problem with that is going to be to your own detriment, more pain and suffering. Right? That's the net result. Right? And this is God trying to make you all feel like you're self-responsible beings, which He wants you to be. You know, of course, that's what He wants, because He doesn't want to have to get in your ear every time you make a decision and say, you know, you're doing the wrong thing now. He wants the law in your heart. He wants your heart to be filled with love enough that the law is written there. So no longer do you need to even ask God anymore what's right and what's wrong. You'll know and feel every moment what's right and what's wrong. And it's an amazing place to be if you're like that, you know, because every decision is instant, you know, instant decisions. You know what to do every single time because anything out of harmony love you just can't do. So it's just a wonderful place to be, but there's a lot of you could say issues with authority, issues with responsibility, you know, things like that, that cause us to not want to live in that place. Which all have emotional connections with our false beliefs from our childhood, for a large part. Yeah.
So you have to I just have to go and deal with my dad's stuff, and then I've got an opening.
That's right. If you fundamentally grieve your relationship with your father, work your way through everything that was wrong with it, you will disconnect your father from your image of God. And that's really important, because you're not going to desire God in your heart if God's like your father, because your father's a mongrel. So why would you ever desire God to you know, in your heart, if you believe God to be the same? You're not going to. You're going to try to make out you do, because you hear about it from Jesus and say, oh, you know, maybe it's what I should do. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be successful, because in your feelings it's going, but he's like my dad, he's like my dad, I don't want him. I don't want someone like that in my life. And this is why there needs to be a disconnect between your parents and authority, your parents and responsibility, your parents and God. It needs to be separated. You need to have an emotional state where you know God is different to every single person I've ever met, ever. Right? And God's definition of love is greater than anybody else's definition of love that ever will or ever has existed. God's definition of love is more pure and clean. And once you can separate your history, your family, your father, your mother, your experiences from God, now there's space for a passion in your heart to develop for the real God, what God really is. Yeah? Yeah. This is one of the things God wants all of you to know. You know, it's one of the things that He's asked me to tell you.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's just, if you don't, you know, every celestial spirit has got to the condition where they know God's character is good and pure. You know, I know, you know, some religions say, you know, God is good, but there's really not a lot of belief in that on earth, for lots of reasons. Becky?
I feel like this is reminding me of like the channeling from last week a bit, you know, from when Mary channeled
Sapphire.
Yep. And I get this sense too, it's like, just reflecting on what you're saying, that it's like if I can just deal with my lack of faith and my major addictions with women or whoever our major addictions are, it's like I get this sense that what it could be like with God. And when I get that feeling, I just feel really sad, like where I'm at the moment, and I just feel like I don't.
But the key too, though, is to not get down on yourself, is it? Because that doesn't help.
No, but I feel like I need to get sad about.
You don't need to get sad about things, Nikki. You are already sad about things, and you're just not feeling it.
Yeah.
Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
Well, you're not trying to manufacture a state where you process sadness. There's sadness in you that is stored that just needs to be let out. That's a completely different thing. So just be careful with the idea as I need to be sad, or I need to feel this, or I need to feel that. No, what we need to do, if we need to do anything, is we need to allow ourselves to feel what we actually feel. So if that is like Ivana feels there's no belief in God, she needs to go through that feeling. If for you, if it's sad because of, you know, you feel a lack of connection with God, well, you need to go through that feeling. But that feeling is in you already, for the most part, right? It's not something that you're creating out of thin air It's there already. It comes from the past somewhere, and it just needs to be experienced, right? So don't get into this thing of I need to do this and I need to do that. You're going to get yourself in problem there. And I understand you want to perform. You understand what I mean by perform?
No.
You want to be good for daddy, good for mummy. You understand what I mean by that? You want to do the right thing by daddy and mummy, and that's a performance. Most of us as children learnt to perform. We learnt to, daddy wants this, so we do what daddy wants. Mummy wants that, so we do what mummy wants. And then we start applying that to God, what God wants. No, what God wants is for you just to be humble and feel what the old stuff you feel, so that can all be let go, so there's space for you to feel new things that are all good. They're not bad. They're all good things. No. Yeah. Just be careful of the performance issues. You know, let's call it performance anxiety. Has other connotations, but that's what a lot of us feel when it comes to you know, in our childhood with grading. You know, schooling. There was all this always like you're getting measured and graded, and God's not like that with you. God just wants you to go through experiences to have more clarity, so that you can understand more truth and be closer to Him. That's all He needs.
Yeah, I mean, I think I feel like, because I try to talk to God all the time, and I just get nothing.
Yeah.
And I feel like,
yeah,
I'm wrong, like I am, because I'm not hearing anything back. But
when you say you get nothing, I had a talk with Anna and Ulf the other day. We were at their place for dinner, and Ulf said, every time I think about God I cry. And I said to him, well, why do you think that is? You know, like, I don't feel much else other than the feeling the need to cry, is what Ulf said. And we had a chat about the opening of your soul faculties. Many of you don't realise that your souls have been deadened by your experience in this world. There are so many faculties that exist in your soul that you are not sensitive to at all, because they were dead. And on the illustration I gave to Ulf, it was like a candle with a wick that's never been lit. The potential is there for it to provide light, but it doesn't exist because there's no flame, there's no spark, right? For the majority of us, that's very similar to our, relationship with our soul faculties. There's many faculties that you have in your soul that your soul has as by design, but because of the course of life that we've been experiencing or undertaken, many of them are dead. One of the dead faculties is the ability to sense when you're actually feeling something from God versus actually having your own feelings. For most people, that faculty is like dead as a doornail, is the best way to put it. We've had 150,000 years on this planet, right, where that, in the most part, has not been developed in anybody for that long amount of generations. So there's all these faculties existing in your soul that exist only as potentials. And you need to develop them and learn how to use them. But the trouble is, the world we live in today, there's only the physical. So you've learned how to use your hands. That's a faculty of your physical body. You've learned how to use your legs. You've even used your mind a bit, which is something you can't actually see and measure, but you're using it. And you've learnt to develop that a bit. You've learnt to develop your eyesight and to recognise things. That happened pretty quick. The first 3 years of your life, you started recognising everything and recognising the relationships between things in that regard. You learned how to develop the faculty of your hearing and your speech. And, speech took a while. For most of you, probably a couple of years before you said your first word, right? But that took a while, faculty of speech. These are all physical faculties that you develop, some of which are interacting with spiritual faculties, like spirit body faculties, such as your mind. And you learned how to develop the usage of them. But there's a whole slew of soul-based faculties you know nothing about. At all. Not a single thing. And then, of course, there's faculties that develop only when you receive God's love. So in other words, there's a whole group of faculties which are pregnant within the soul in terms of, like, there is a potential, but you don't even know anything about them at all. And until you receive God's love, you won't know anything about them at all. That makes sense to you? Now, when you first start praying, you're starting to develop a faculty. And for the most of you, that faculty has been dead. All of your life, it's been dead. Right? Now, that faculty is going to take time to recognise. It's going to take time and experience to detect. And it's going to take time for you to recognise that it's happening. Do you follow what I mean? Just like when you were growing up, the faculty of hearing or speech, for example, took time to develop. You know, these things all take time. You can't do them instantly, and you can't expect them to be instant. The problem is, our problems in, you know, the physical and emotional problems we all have, we feel like we want an instant solution. But the soul faculties that are going to be a part of the solution take time to develop. So now we've got an emotional problem and a belief one as well, a spiritual one. We want things now. Mm-hmm. I want it all, and I want it now, which is actually an issue of selfishness. We don't learn that way with God. It's going to take time for you to learn how these faculties work. So the key is persistence with these development of these faculties. You want there to be easy solutions, Nikki. You've always wanted easy solutions, right? And you want there to be easy solutions with your problems. Now, a lot of your problems are quite complex and they've been there for some time, and you have not had the soul faculties to deal with them. You've got to develop the soul faculties to deal with them before you can deal with them. It's like the child, you're giving, you know, let's say you have a newborn babe, like there he is, five days old, and you give him a pen and say, write your name. Now, would the average parent ever think of doing that? Well, if they did, they'd be pretty crazy doing it, wouldn't they? Right? He's not going to be, he hasn't developed the faculty of controlling things. He doesn't even understand language yet. He doesn't even understand words yet. He doesn't understand how to control his motor skills yet. He doesn't understand how to use his brain yet. He hasn't learned how to relate his eyesight to his brain and to the faculty. There's so many things that are going to have to be developed for him to do that. And he can't do that when he's 5 days old. The same applies in your relationship with God. You can say you're 5 days old in your relationship with God, and you're just developing the beginnings of some faculties. You've got to have to be patient with them, and you're going to have to release some emotions, because all the faculties related to your soul are based upon deep amounts of sensitivity that occur inside of you, emotionally and spiritually. You're going to have to gain that sensitivity. To gain sensitivity, you've got to let go of things. You follow? You've got to experience emotions that are like overwhelming. So an example of that is fear, which is a dominant emotion on earth, is an overwhelming feeling. If you have large amounts of fear, you will not feel anything else. You are completely insensitive to everything else. So the fear is going to have to be felt and released in order for you to become sensitive to other things that are not as demanding as your fear is. Do you follow? Your anger is similar. Your anger, in fact, is a created emotion designed to desensitize you to other things. Right? So this is why some of you are going to have to deal with anger, because anger is a way of getting away from sensitivity to other things. That has to be dealt with. That takes time. And all of these things that are soul faculties are going to take time, because there are so many faculties in our soul that are related to us being able to be sensitive enough to use them. Just like a child would have to come to, if you think about a 5-day-old child, in a way he's like a blunt instrument. He waves his arm and he sometimes hits his own face with it. You understand? He doesn't have it. He has no ability to control the motor actions and understand them at this stage very much. So, and then, of course, within a month, he's probably got some control over that, right? And it's the same with the sensitive faculties of your soul. It's going to take you time to develop and time to recognise them and time to understand what's going on. You do not know when you're receiving God's love when you pray. You do not know, because you're not sensitive enough yet to know. There's too many other feelings there that block out that sensitivity. And this is what I said to all. There's times when he's receiving God's love when he prays, but he doesn't even know, right? Because the faculty has yet to be realised and recognised and actually understood. It requires you to come to an understanding of that faculty. You follow? Does everyone get that? So, with regard to things to do with regard to your spiritual development, the key quality you need to learn to develop is, okay, you need to have some trust in God's goodness, like faith in God's goodness, that if you begin the process, that just like when you planted the seed to grow a tree that had fruit on the end of it, if you do your part, God can help you do the rest. So in the case of growing the tree, you didn't understand the genetic structure of the tree. You didn't understand the genetic structure of the seed. You didn't understand when it started to shoot, what day it was when it started to shoot. You didn't see what was happening under the ground when it did shoot. You don't see all the other processes that happen behind its bark. You don't understand any of those processes at that point, but the tree does grow and you can have the fruit. And it's exactly the same principle with your soul. You understand? It's exactly the same principle. You can grow your soul just by doing your part, and God will help you do the rest, just like he did the rest with the tree. And you will benefit from the fruit if you do that. It's only after that you start going and understanding the intricacies of how it all worked, what was actually happening. So it's taken me 2,000 years for me to understand what I now understand about the human soul. You follow me? Now I'm explaining it to you, but it's probably going to take you, maybe not as long, but a fair portion of time to understand it to the state that I do, given the fact that it's taken me 2,000 years to do it. You follow? And that's understandable, isn't it? It's going to take time to do that. You need, what I learnt to do was to have some faith in God's goodness. Once I established God does exist, I realised if God does exist, that God is the most loving being in the universe, and as long as I do my part in whatever I need to do, God will supply the rest.
Yeah, I get a feeling a lot, I think, from my guide. It's always just like, pray and have faith, pray and have faith, pray and have faith,
That's
constantly.
right.
It's
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
And I'm trying to talk to God, I'm trying to talk about...
We're not trying, you are talking to God.
Oh, okay.
You keep saying you're trying to talk to God, but you're acting like God's not listening.
Yeah, I feel like God's not listening. No.
Well, isn't that a lot about your dad, though, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the conversation we just had with Owen about disconnecting yourself from God, your father, your belief about your father, whether he was listening. That's going to have an influence on whether you believe God's listening. If God is good, he's listening. Sometimes the answer's going to be no, right? But he is listening. Right? He's not like your father who just didn't listen at all. Right? But you believe he's like your dad, and so you're thinking God isn't listening, and this is why you say, I'm trying to talk to God, but he's not listening. And I'm going, well, no, you're not talking to your dad. You're talking to somebody who wants to hear what you've got to say, and he is listening. Yeah? He's not ignoring you, which is what your dad would do, right? Yeah, he's not ignoring you, he's listening. But you can see what I just said to Alan in play here. Like, yeah, my dad never listened, and this is what I'm thinking God's doing. And then I go, oh, God's not listening. Oh, I'm trying. Try harder, not having any trust that God is actually hearing you. Whether he's answering yes or no is a different matter, which we can discuss separately, but he is listening. He listens to every single thing going on in the entire universe. He knows everything going on in the entire universe. Like I said, in the first century, he can count every hair on your head. He sees when a sparrow dies, so does he see when you do? When you have trouble, of course he sees it. Right? So he is listening, but there might be times he's saying no. There might be times he's saying, no, I can't do that for you, Nicky. There's things you need to learn. And part of what I'm saying you need to learn is to learn to develop the soul faculties so that you're sensitive enough to understand answers. That's what I've had to develop. It's taken me time to do that. Yeah? But they come about, and you get to a point eventually where the things that before you thought were ethereal and imaginative, just your imagination working, you come to a point after you work through a lot of things with God, you realise, no, these things are actually more real than the things I can touch with my physical hands. And I think if you read the Paget messages, you'll get that thought, won't you? Yeah. Which is the thought we've tried to suggest in there as well. That a lot of times the things that on earth we thought were real, when you actually go through the experience of growth, you realise, wow, all those things, all the things I thought were just some imaginary thing, a lot of them end up being actual real things that are more substantive than the thing you thought was imaginary. Like, it's just how it works. But it takes the development of faculties of your soul, not your physical body, to do. And that's where most of us, when we begin, struggle, because we're not used to using our soul at all. Like, there's many messages in the Paget messages where the spirits have come to Paget and said, I feel like I'm a dead soul. Like I'm dead. There's no spark of life in my sort of being at all, is what they felt. They were so desensitised that there was no spark of life in the soul, because it's like the soul was pregnant with a spark, but it needs to be lit, and it's lit by desire. That's what lights it, and it takes time to develop desire, light the spark before it turns into a flame. It's a bit like I likened it the other night with you build a big bonfire, but you don't light the thing. So at the moment, it's pregnant with fire, in the sense that all of the, there's fuel, there's oxygen, there's everything ready for it to go into this big bonfire, but none of it's happening. What do you need first? A spark, don't you? You need something to light it. So when you first light it, like if you put your match right in the middle of all that and you light it still looks like there's no bonfire. Even though right in the centre there is a start of a flame, right? But if you come back and you looked at it as a whole, you'd go, there's nothing happening. Right? And that's really what we're like when we start to do this. We're like lighting that little, with a match or a spark, we're lighting the start of it all, but we're not yet experiencing the effect. We can't yet measure the effect because we can't see it yet, because we're not even sensitive enough to measure the effect yet. You understand? But then as it grows and gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually you start seeing the flames and you start seeing you start seeing everything that's happening, right? And at that point, you realise, oh, there was a fire going there, and I didn't even know. Yeah, I didn't even know. It's now growing, it's now, I can now see the effects of the decision of my desire, to exercise a desire. So don't be put off by the fact that you feel you can't measure things initially. Yeah. Remember in every Paget message where they began in the hills, they all said, I pray, but I can't feel any effect. I pray, but I can't feel any effect. I pray, but I can't feel any effect. And then sometimes they come back and say, now I can feel an effect. All of a sudden, right? So you can see the prayer that was the spark of their desire, and that spark was happening. Something was happening in their soul. There's a faculty of the soul already starting to be developed, but they just didn't know it themselves until it became plain to them, and then they knew. It's going to be the same with you. It's going to be exactly the same. Somebody see for many of you that you are making change and you are making growth, but you're not used to measuring it in the way God does. You don't understand yet the faculties of your soul and how they're to be used. You're like a child bashing its own head with its own hand because it's got control of it. You follow? You don't understand yet how to use the faculties. That's okay. You're in a learning process. Now, it's unfortunate that for most of us we're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years old before we're learning how to use the faculties of our soul, because if we were in an ideal circumstance, we'd be learning how to use the faculties of our soul when we're 3 or 2 or 1, But unfortunately in this environment we've been brought up in, from the time we were born, the faculties of our soul have been suppressed on purpose by the people who have gone before us. So it is going to take time to undeaden them and to work through them. Yeah? Have faith in God's goodness. He is not like your father. He's not like your father. He's listening. Whether you think he is or not, he's listening. He's very interested in every one of you. He's interested in your pains and your sufferings. Right? He's listening. But there are lessons you've got to learn, and he's going to try to teach them to you as well. And there's faculties of your soul that you've got to learn to experience that are probably, for the most part, dead until you begin developing them. Is that good? All right, well, it's pretty late now, isn't it? So we better get ourselves packed up. That's right. Yeah, so get ourselves packed up, and then I will pack up again the way we have been in the last few weeks. Thank you, Elle, for our use of our house here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for those of you with your work this week that
Yeah.
been participating. It's been really good. And we're starting to get things done, which is good. But got to also get things done with the soul, right?
Spiritually.
Yeah.
We'll all get done.
No worries, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.